And yes, I guess I am live now. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello, hello. This is QA Global Summit 2025 by Geekle. Very, very, very much special event for Geekle community, and I believe for all QA ecosystem of the world because not too many uh, online events that big and that deep like this one. I really love this community, and let's say hello to each other. Just let me know in the chat you are here. Let me hear you. Where are you now? Where are you from? What city? What country? What room you are sitting in? What's your expectations? Any questions about this event? Let me read this chat. I always love to read the chat. And yeah, hello all. I have a question. Each talk is 1 hour long. Do they even no? Each talk is mostly up to 30 minutes. And I see lots of folks saying hello from Ukraine, Portugal, again from Ukraine, London, Spain, Algeria, Greece, South Africa. Thank you very much for letting us know that you are here with us. It inspires us, all the team that actually was working, all people who were working on this event for few months, I believe. All these brilliant speakers were gathered and everything prepared and stuff. So thank you very much for being with us here. Let me tell you now probably more about this day, what to expect today, what topics we'll be covering, and more about this event. All right, but you please keep writing stuff in the chat because we really need to know more about our audience. So today is a junior day sessions. Well, I'm proud that we're still holding this. Um, still holding. They say my camera is quite blurred. Uh, do you experience the same? Can you hear me and see me well? Just let me know in chat. Okay, and I'm continuing. Yes, and today we expect really nice talks. Very broad uh, topic range is covered. We will start from contract testing. Also, we'll hear about macOS client server application testing and what's difference between this type of testing and others. Also, we'll talk about tools and technique for security and penetration testing, which is really nice. Dev QA Ops is something. A role of testing to the path to a new era. And yes, the most, I don't know, asked question: will the QA profession vanish or will survive? Of course, will survive. Everybody say that, and I believe in that. Well, probably will be mostly testing um, AI generated code or something at one day. I don't know, but still. Anyway, we need to hear about our role shift and new skills as QA engineers in new era. Test data generation. Scaling quality assurance will have a nice case study from Netflix. Shaping quality, strengthening testing teams through the diversity. Also, nice, interesting talk from professor of biology. Well, this is what we're gonna talk about next, I don't know, 6 7 hours or something, and I'm happy to have so many people here. Let me see what the chat say about the questions we asked? Yes, hello from Greece. Hello, happy to see everyone here. Sergey, hello, as our beloved speaker and the chief of program committee have joined here. Indonesia, Tunisia, Lebanon, again Ukraine. We do hear you well. Thanks God. Thank you, Wafa. All good. Hello from Greece again. We hear you. Hello, Costa Rica. Hello, Czech Republic and Greece again. Well, it's a kind of lots of people from Greece. Nice to see that. Well, uh, I'm especially blessed to see so many people coming year to year, registering to our events and as speakers and as participants. It's so cool. I'm so inspired. Let's keep moving with the agenda of this event. But let me first tell you about the guys who actually supported us. I mean, all those guys who bought the paid tickets are supporting us a lot because about 96% of all our attendees are free attendees, but we still need to survive somehow. And those who pay for tickets, they support us very much. And also companies, and I want to thank Ask UI, our supporter of this event. These guys are really interesting startup. Um, they actually build the platform for where you can build AI agents and see how they interact in computer interface with the best in class vision models. So we will probably not today, it's on a senior day and AI day, we'll be talking a lot about the role of computer vision in testing. And these guys, Ask UI, is are actually one of, I would say, pioneers here. They build really nice tool with this computer vision stuff and everything. So just check them out and big shout out to them for supporting this event. And we're moving on. We're moving to the senior day. I wanna give some teaser now. What we've been talking about on the senior day. It's gonna be the testing strategies. We'll be talking about integrating QA in development pipelines, also mobile application security testing. So it's really deep and really nice talks. We gathered those sessions and use cases for you. Risk-based testing, API testing, what's new in there, all this AI hype and navigating in AI tools, security testing best practices, and cloud storage with advanced design and implementation strategies. So it's really deep and nice talks on a senior day. Let me see the chat. What we have so far. What we have so far. We have a few minutes more, and we'll be starting our first session. But I really love to read that. Poland, hello. Pakistan, Kathmandu, Nepal, and Spain just joined us. AI Agent Day, it's something new, and the all 2025 we will be adding this AI Agents Day to all of our conferences because, to be honest, not too much innovations in tech is at the spotlights. Most money and the brain power is focused on how to leverage AI stuff for technology. So probably we will be also shifting this direction a bit more. So that's why we actually added this AI Agents Day and gathered some nice uh, use cases, already existing use cases with tools or with use case of how to test actually AI powered products. It's gonna be nice. So we'll be talking about computer vision a lot. We'll be talking about future, and we'll try to strategize and think how future is shaped. Um, how to actually leverage AI for our careers, and some strategies of implementing AI in pipelines. Really nice use cases with test trail and the LLM, how guys combined it and did really cool stuff with that. Cross-platform solutions, which is great. I mean, AI solutions for cross-platform testing. Also from Amazon, we'll be hearing from about the Amazon Q and stuff. So we prepared a bunch of stuff, and I actually don't want to probably take too much time uh, promoting this, because I'm just excited about this, right? Anyway, so today is a free day. Tomorrow and the February 4th is days when you need tickets, and you can use the promo code live to get 20% discount. But probably everyone already knows that if you write in the chat on our website, you'll get even better discounts. So our upcoming events is or event probably is React Global Summit 25. It's also, if you do React or you have some React friends, um, just let them know. And also we have this live promo code to get some discount. Also, we'll have 2 days. One day is about uh, pure React use cases and about technology, and the other day is about AI and using AI technologies as tools for development, and also use cases on implementation of AI, of generative AI into products, and experience that guys already have with this. For now on, I'm reading the chat once more, and yeah, more Greece. I'm super surprised how it happens, what happened, but so many people from Greece. I'm so excited. Hello from Greece, from every country of the world, and yeah, probably let me introduce our first speaker, Lewis Prescott, and why contract testing matters is gonna be on the stage in few seconds. Thank you very much and have a nice event. I'm so excited to hear everything that actually those cool speakers prepared for us. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to my talk, Why Contract Testing Matters. And my name is Lewis Prescott. A little bit about me. So I'm currently QA lead at Health Partners Group. I've been in the software testing industry for around 10 years and working for the likes of companies like IBM, ASOS, Cancer Research UK, and many other startups, especially in the healthcare domain. And I've been talking about API contract testing and contract testing in general for around 4 years now, 4 or 5 years. And that has led me to writing the book, Contract Testing in Action, with Manning Publications, alongside my co-author, Marie Cruz. And so I talk about this a lot, and it's something I'm really passionate about. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with you today. And the agenda is very simple. I'm going to be focusing heavily on the why you should be doing contract testing, also touching upon the what, the where and when, and the how to make it the puzzle all fit together nicely. So let's start off with the why. Usually in an interactive session and a workshop, I will ask people in the audience, what's their level of contract testing? What do they know about it? What do they know about the subject? And then the follow-up question I will ask is around who experiences integration issues and how often do they? Never, sometimes, frequently. And you often see the pool of responses come around the sometimes. So people are always experiencing some kind of integration issues, and they will find that through testing, or they'll find that through regression when they're deploying to these environments and going through the software delivery lifecycle. So that's where contract testing comes in. That's just to set the scene and give you an idea of where the starting point of what I want you to think about. And so let's go back in time a bit and have a think about kind of the origins of microservices. So when we traditionally were using API testing before in a monolith scenario, say we're hitting an API, the API goes away, gathers the data, and because it's a monolith, it's grouping that data together, or it's crossing different domains to give us that response. But microservices came along, isolated those domains. So if you need a piece of data, then you'll go to a specific service for that. And that's where contract testing was born. And as you can see, with all the different little microservices, obviously it becomes much more complex. And the traditional API testing methodology would not scale. And an interesting article that I read was talking about how it believes that microservice contract testing is the new unit testing in this environment. I'm not sure I completely agree with that statement, but it's definitely a bold statement to make, and one that hopefully people will be leaning to after this talk. And what the graph is showing here is the gradual increase of microservices, which is the blue line, and the decrease and kind of plateau of monolith applications. So they're kind of neck and neck at this point, and so you can see the value of having the contract testing solution because of the popularity. And so the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve with contract testing is deploying changes independently and safely. And why and how do we achieve that? Let me set the scene, set the context of a scenario that I had in a previous company. So we have two versions of the API, and they were consumed by a mobile application and then a legacy desktop application. Desktop application was still using v1 of our API endpoint, and so this meant they had a slightly different version. The bad data was getting into our database, so what we wanted to do was make sure that we updated the API to prevent this from happening. Unfortunately, both versions of the API were using the same core model, so we made an update to that core model, which affected both versions 1 and versions 2, and the change went through absolutely fine into the version 2. The mobile application had experienced no issues, and there was no downtime. Unfortunately, the desktop application hit an issue where it was a required field now, and they were not passing it, and so they were getting their messages just coming back to them. They had a 6-month release cycle, so obviously we've got to revert that change, split the core model. So now we have version 1 and version 2 of the API, and now we've got to maintain 2 versions. So at this point, we need to implement contract testing, right? We need to implement something to prevent this from happening going forwards. And so how do we do that? We want to get a faster feedback loop, right? So the scenario that we experienced was in production. So obviously we want it to be faster than that. And then the question that I asked at the beginning, where do you experience integration issues, and how frequently? Often people are experiencing that in an integration environment at the point where they're ready to deploy, or they're running through that regression cycle. So we need to get that faster as well. And as we all well know, the figures may not translate exactly to the cost of a bug in each stage. Obviously, it's dependent on context, dependent on your setup. But as we know, the cost of the bug goes up the further down you find it in the software development cycle. So if we can find a method to move that feedback loop earlier in the process and find those issues earlier, then happy days. And ultimately, why do we do contract testing? Because we have schema tools, we have Swagger documentation, we have teams that work closely together, and we have rules that we follow to make sure that we're backwards compatible in terms of our API delivery. But ultimately, humans make mistakes, and that's because communication can get missed. Communication can be done in a way which both parties don't understand. Things can deviate over time, and so things get lost in translation. Or people leave the company, and then that knowledge is gone, and things like that. So ultimately, contract testing is a communication tool. It's a facilitator to start a conversation. It's a facilitator to get you to the point where you understand what is going on. You understand what issues are happening in your environment. And these logos that I provided at the bottom are a few examples that I've heard over the time of delivering this talk of Swagger documentation, people generating that and then obviously passing it to the other team. Word documents being passed around, which may cause some deviation and versions getting muddled. And then traditionally, in my experience, I've used a lot of Confluence documents. So back-end teams and front-end teams can start working on delivery at the same time. They conform to this API delivery and then put schema in place. And then moving through and in the future, they have to make sure that they maintain that document. And that becomes increasingly difficult over time. So quoting our book here, but the lesson of this story is that humans will make mistakes, right? We're all human, we'll all make mistakes, and that's absolutely fine. We just need to put procedures in place, and if we've got tools that enable us to facilitate that communication, then why wouldn't we do that? So just a quick overview of like a snapshot of reasons why contract testing matters. Hopefully you've seen through the scenario, through the communication styles that are used within APIs delivery. You can see a few reasons there and the feedback that we get. But just to capture a few more. So obviously we don't want to make any breaking changes in production. That's the ultimate goal. And we want to speed up that delivery process and get us that fast feedback loop. We want to enable microservice teams to deploy changes independently and safely. Issues tend to be easier to debug when we have that communication facilitator. We know the source. We can go directly there and talk to the specific team. Shared responsibility, so I'll come on to that later, and the when and the where, and better code quality ultimately. For example, in the scenario we gave about the required fields, not getting bad data into our database, and that ensures that we're delivering a good quality of code. And then breaking changes are obviously communicated, and that's where mistakes can happen. So what am I talking about? Right, I've talked a lot about why you should do this thing, but what is that thing? So let's delve into that. Because when I first came to this concept, contract testing, a colleague of mine, Ika, introduced it, I had no idea what he was talking about, right? So the way that I try and describe it is like you're flipping integration testing upside down, or you're flipping it in reverse. So when you do an integration test, say you're an API and your team or you're working on developing that API, you write those tests, right? You write the tests to ensure that the behavior that you've set out to do is working correctly. Think like BDD, for example. You write those scenarios and you test your own development. then a tester will review that and all that kind of stuff. Contract testing the consumer. So say it's a mobile app, a web app, another service, they will write the tests and that forms the contract. And then the API, the person developing the API, will then just replay those requests. So it's a case of the consumer, the person who is using the API, is writing the tests. And what a great way to make sure that you're delivering exactly what the consumer expects. Martin Fowler describes it much better, luckily. So an integration contract test is a test at the boundary of an external service, verifying that it meets the contract expected by a consuming service. So the services don't talk to each other. They only hit the boundary, and then the contract is passed around. That's what gets tested against. That enables us to test in isolation, like microservices that are intended, and it allows us to get that fast feedback loop because we can do it earlier in the process before we deploy any environments. So what's the difference between an integration test and a contract test, you say? So they have different purposes. So integration tests are testing your logic. Behind a unit test, you'll have testing the logic. The integration test will test that you've set everything up correctly. The data storage. So in contract tests, we just care about the structure. We just care about the status codes, the headers, the response headers. We don't care about the actual storage of that data or anything like that. And then integration, obviously, you're testing that the environment has been set up correctly. You can hit it via HTTP, that kind of thing. So within the contract test, we care about the internals. We care about those error conditions that the consumer needs to have set up. We care about the versioning, like we mentioned in the scenario. And then in integration, we might care about server errors, unexpected errors, and API performance, for example. So they're the kind of different scenarios that you would test in each section. And so contract testing, we are purely testing the communication mechanism between the two systems. And so you can't eliminate all of your integration tests, obviously. But hopefully you can reduce them down to maybe just a happy path test, and then the contract test does the heavy lifting. So where and when does it fit in? Let's have a look. So if you look at a traditional test pyramid, I would more go with like a Spotify model, a honeycomb kind of model myself, but contract testing fits into that middle section just before you get to the integration. So it's like an integration test because it's two systems communicating at the boundary. But because we have those boundaries set in place and the contracts are passed around, then we can do it before the integration. It runs just like any other unit test. Or kind of component tests where you set up your mocks and your stubs. So it sits in that pyramid quite nicely. There's a lot going on in this diagram, and obviously if you want to know more, then please go and buy the book, Contract Testing in Action. But effectively what we're describing here is there's two different pipelines, right? So you've got the consumer pipeline, which will be your web app, your mobile app, your service. Then you've got the API provider, the event producer or whatever, event consumer. They will have their own pipeline. So there's two different pipelines, and then they all communicate with the broker. So there's different stages in those pipelines. But ultimately what we're describing here is that there's two different pipelines that will communicate with the broker. So you need to make sure that they sync together, they trigger each other, and you're communicating with the broker from two different pipelines. So how does it all work? And then, like we touched upon the details and the theory. So let's jump into the how. So again, there's a lot going on in the diagram, but we'll look from like left to right. So step one is the consumer. So say we've got a JavaScript web application. They're going to publish the contract once they've created those consumer tests using Pact, for example, which is a great framework to utilize contract testing. They're going to publish those contracts to the broker, and then the API provider or the event consumer is going to then verify that contract by just pulling down whatever the contract says, replaying it against their local instance of the API, and verify that it is compatible and it's ready to go. And then moving back to the left-hand side, the Can I Deploy, which is a CLI tool which communicates with the broker, is going to check, has this contract been verified by the provider? So can I release my change because it is compatible with the API provider? And Packflow is a software as a service for the Pack broker, and they have some great documentation, and that's where this diagram comes from. So we're hitting those boundaries, as you can see on the right hand side. The consumer communicates with a mock, it generates that contract, then the provider simulates that consumer using that contract, and then hits that verification. So it will need to set up any data, it will need to set up any middleware that it needs to do to enable that to happen. And ultimately what we're achieving here is what we said, why we want to do this, and that's what we're achieving. So we can run it independently because we've got those mocks in place. We get that fast feedback because it runs towards our unit tests. It's faster than those integration tests. It's stable because it's contained within the microservices, isolated. It's easy to maintain because it runs alongside the code. So if you make any changes to the contract in the consumer, they will automatically be updated, and then the provider will automatically run those and pull those down in their pipeline. And then the ultimate goal is to give you that confidence to release and to make sure that you don't have any breaking changes in towards the production end of your life cycle. And so yeah, this is just a snapshot of the broker, and so it gives you that visualization of who your consumers are. So you may have lots and lots of consumers, right? And so then it's a really great picture of who's using it, how are they using it, and what version are they using. And so you can keep up to date and make sure that you're not making any breaking changes, or you're backwards compatible with all of your consumers. That's where the true value comes, right? Where all consumers have a contract, so you can visualize the whole picture. And then you've got the consumer versions. You can test against pull request branches. You can be testing against an environment that you've tagged. So if the provider's in it ahead of you, or the consumer's ahead, they can make sure that they're pointing to the right environment, and they can deploy to each environment, which may be in a different version. So thank you for listening to my talk today. If you need any more convincing of the why, then please go to pack.io and look at their Convince Me page. And if you have any questions, please reach out to myself or Marie Cruz, and go and buy the book, manning.com, Contract Testing in Action. So yeah, I look forward to the Q&A, and thank you very much for listening.
Yeah. Yes. Lewis Prescott. Thank you very much. Contract testing, nice talk and very structured. I really love his talks. Right. We'll see the guy hopefully at the Q&A session in 1 hour. By the way, this is already the tradition of ours. We connect each other on LinkedIn. So please find his LinkedIn on the website, or maybe I will drop his link in the chat, and connect the guy and follow, because those bright minds are actually building our mindset, right? We're here to follow something interesting, to feed our brains, to widen our horizons, technical skills. Sorry. So yeah, please do share your links here, your LinkedIn accounts, and I will connect you all, and I will share mine and connect all speakers. I always, go to website and connect all speakers if we not connected yet. All right. So our next speaker is Vitaly Shchur, uh, telling about mastering macOS client server app testing tools and key difference. Let's hear him out.
Hello. Let's discuss how to master macOS client-server application testing. Discuss the tools, the needed tools, key difference of macOS in comparison with Windows, Linux, and mobile operation systems. Also, we'll discuss the strategies for efficient and effective testing in Apple's ecosystem, and maybe share some insights. I am Vitaly Shchur. I'm working as a lead or senior QA for more than 14 years. I have extensive background in product and outsourcing companies, which specialized in cybersecurity, fintech, education, and some other areas. My recent achievements that I helped a startup to grow from 25 to 250 employees and achieve an acquisition by the bigger corporation for the $500 million of dollars. So almost a unicorn, half of a unicorn startup. macOS ecosystem is unique because of its user base, which expect high quality software. It's unique because it have different architectures like Intel and ARM. Also, the ecosystem have mobile operation systems and desktop. To keep users satisfied in Apple ecosystem, we need to make sure that design and overall quality and functionality, as far as it possible, is the same on all devices. And between the Linux and Windows and Android, the functionality, it should be the same, and design should be the same. So let's move on. So the key goals of our testing is to ensure a seamless user experience across all the ecosystem. And also we will discuss how to balance manual and automated testing methods to make our work most efficient and the user most satisfied. So in short, Apple support 3 last macOS versions. It's supported with feature updates, with security updates, and the industry standard is if the operation system did not had a security update for the last 3 months, it started to be unsecured because some exploits or zero-day holes in security could be presented in it. So if the operation system the last update was like half a year ago, for example, currently it is Windows 11, you shouldn't spend a lot of time on it in time of testing. The focus of testing, our main time that we spend, I believe, should be on the latest stable macOS version. And also we need to check the basic functionality that it is working on the 2 previous major releases. And also we need to check that public beta version is working fine with our application, because when it become the stable macOS version, our application, our users will still have the builds that we test today. So we need to work in advance to try and to find the new bugs. The hardware for the macOS is not so diverse like for Linux or Windows, but we still have two major platforms, and an Intel-based Macs and Apple Silicon-based Macs. Currently, the focus of the consumers moved to Apple Silicon, but in the enterprise or some older device, users still use an Intel and can't easily move from it. The Intel virtualization, the Apple virtualization for the x86 code on Apple Silicon is working good, but not for every program. Not everything is working smoothly, unfortunately. So not every user can move to the Apple Silicon easily. It's very convenient to use virtual machines for testing to cover the different macOS versions and to just make the tester's life easier. Tools that we use for it is for Apple Silicon is UTM. It's free and open source. On the Intel platform, the best options is Parallels and VMware. The limitations is that some hardware is not properly emulated, virtualized on the virtual machines. For example, most of the virtual machines, don't know all of them or not, they can't emulate Wi-Fi adapters. They only show the connection to the internet as Ethernet. So some cases for my application, which I am testing, need to be verified only on the real computers. The biggest benefit is that you don't need to have 5 laptops with you to check all the installed version, all the previous version. How to balance manual and automated testing in time of the startup life, on the project life. We will discuss it a bit detailed later, but in general, the automation is mostly applicable for the stable features and for the regression tests, which were written long ago, and it can save a lot of manual time and a lot of resources, and it is a very cost-effective solution. And the manual tests, manual QA, are working on new feature testing, on test cases creation, on exploratory testing, on UI assessments, on some hardware related cases which couldn't be properly automated, and a lot of other types of testing. Exploratory testing is crucial because it covers edge cases which could be met if user go inconvenient path. Usually we test by the test cases to not miss the functionality. But the test cases were written based on the software development documentation, on the high-level design, and in time of implementation, something could be changed. It could be missed from the documenting. The test cases could be a bit outdated after some bug fixes and improvements. So the exploratory testing could help with it a lot. And sometimes, especially if the new engineer comes to the project, it's a really good idea to spend some time on exploratory testing. In general, a few percent of testing time should be dedicated to the exploratory testing. Maybe 5, maybe 10. It depends from your project, from its complexity, its area, domain, and how well it covered by the test cases. Returning back to the automation, it's very convenient, and the best practice is using like joint test run and joint cases for the automation and manual QA, which are stored in the same place and could be easily, and the progress could be easily seen by quality assurance engineers and the management and so on. If you're using TestRail, you can translate, you can pass the execution status of automated cases to the TestRail cases and keep all cases that should be that are automated and should be passed manually in the same place. Have a whole picture in time of the testing. Report Portal is a great tool. We're using it. It's used manually by the automation team, but here we can go and get logs and test details to create proper bugs which were created by the automation team. Also, the automation team always can add some logs and analyze the execution, the cases of the case. So in my company, we come to some comprehensive multi-stage testing workflow, which allows us to be efficient, to have a best speed and the best possible coverage, because we value our reputation and don't want that our users meet some bugs. When the new build arrive, I'm talking about native application. Usually it's in form of PKG and zip files for the updates of previous version. We started the testing from the smoke test. The first step is a happy pass validation to ensure that basic functionality is working. It is conducted manually on the latest macOS version, on the Apple Silicon device. Also, the automation tests are started, and we perform the basic checks on the two previous macOS version and on Intel-based machines. After that, if everything is working fine, the main functionality if the application could be installed and connect to the server, we can continue with next stage, bug fix verification. We check in that reported bugs have been resolved without introducing new bugs. Usually we check in the bug itself and the nearest area, which could be where something could be broken. Yeah, and also some bug fixes checked by the automation run. If something was found by automation is checking that it is working now in time of automated testing. After that, we started the so-called acceptance testing. It's like a critical path, where we check in all the critical functionalities that define the core of a user experience. So the main business goal should be achieved. And this includes not only the basic checks, but the most popular features that our users are using. Yeah, we check in that application meet business and user requirements. The requirements that we advertise the most when we are advertising and selling our product. After that, we can be sure that application is generally working. We use it inside the company for the security reasons, so we can pass it into internal alpha testing. The release build is made available first to a small group of users for some time, day or two. This phase allows real-life usage testing across a wide array of environments, including different macOS versions, different CPU architectures, different plans, consumer and pro ranges of products. And the most valuable part, I believe, the different MacBook models. That's from my perspective. At the same time, we are manual QAs, continue test, medium priority test cases to cover not the most popular scenarios, and the automation test is needing their checks if it is needed. If the small group of users is satisfied, if the build is stable and no significant bugs were found, our product is pretty big now. Yeah, unfortunately, some bugs could be found, and bugs and incidents still could be found. We make this build available for the whole company, and all the users, like 250 people, working with this build on the machines that we have. So we have like thorough and good testing on all the possible MacBooks, maybe not the alls, but most of the most popular. And QA, manual QA, moving to the low priority regression cases. Also, by that time, we have the results from automation team. So then we can move to next stage when we started to roll our build to the real customers. We're starting from the customers that need the new features the most, the ones who asked for them, so they can satisfy it. And we're checking that in the real world conditions with unstable internet and some third-party software and some restrictions from the administrated devices, corporate devices. Our build still working fine. After that stage, we usually go into a gradual rollout. It is going around a week. So if it is rolled to the wider customer base, and this approach mitigates risks by allowing the development team to address any emerging issues earlier and to not affect all our user base, just the ones who found them. So I recommend this approach to anyone with existing user base. If you are not an early stage startup, this is a must-have, both for the client-server applications and for the just software as a service, like web applications. The considerations that are specific for the macOS is that we need to thoroughly check the compatibility for the different CPU architectures, macOS versions, hardware combinations, and network conditions, and third-party applications, and other factors. Feedbacks that receiving during the internal alpha sometimes uncover compatibility issues and even performance characteristics of different devices can cause some problems. For example, on the developers' computers with a lot of random access memory and big and a lot of free disk space, some bugs wouldn't be recognized, wouldn't be noticed, and on the some low level, the cheap devices, they will arise. In time of testing, I am using extensively virtual machines. They allow us to check the compatibility with different macOS versions, and you can all the time have the latest macOS beta installed on your virtual machine to test the compatibility for the upcoming macOS versions. So the testing on them is necessary, and it brings a lot of convenience to our work. Also on the macOS, the great thing is bash scripts, that if you have enough writes, you can do almost anything and automate it. Bash scripts can automate repetitive or error-prone tasks and free the tester to work on more challenging issues. On my current project, we use it for gathering and collating the system logs, application logs. We can modify application configurations for a specific test scenario. We can edit macOS defaults for some cases. We can emulate different users' environments because of that. We can run customized uninstallations, which allows us to preserve log information, application logs information, and also the control that logs rotation is working fine. Sometimes it's hard for regular manual QA engineers to write the scripts. But if you have some repetitive work, you can always ask the developers to help you to create such a script. Usually they can write you a few rows that will help you in terminal. And moreover, the most developers already have some scripts that can be adapted to QA needs and make automated effort very effective and help collaborate all of us. The scripts really boost morale. We're returning back how to balance manual and automated testing. First of all, on the early stage, usually there is no automation, and when product is mature enough, it have a few years on the market and big test case base, a lot of them. We need to have a balanced approach to leverage the strengths of both manual and automated methodologies. Automation will help us a lot in validating stable features, in conducting regressions across test with various configurations, and help to save a lot of time, because in automation test you can add the set of parameters and run it a few times, and for the manual you need to spend a lot of time on checking all the combinations. Also, it's reducing repetitive workload for high volume test cases, which with every year of living of the project and every month and every feature, the test case base could grow exponentially, because many features are connected, and the more connections and dependencies you have, the more cases you need to check. The manual tests are needed for the new features testing, for the user interface testing, for the changes in the features and interface. Also, we can get the overall look and feel and to understand the usability, user experience. Also, we can perform exploratory testing to find out some edge cases and unexpected behaviors. So in these areas, automation tests are not suitable. Not only for macOS, for all OSs, for iOS, for iPad OS, for Android, for Linux, for Windows. So the conclusion that we need to balance the human insight and technical tools to get the properly tested application. If we have experienced macOS users in the QA team, They can stand the user's expectation, overall look and feel, and provide the best user experience and the best quality. Because if the main operation system is Windows and macOS is tested not enough, the macOS users would be unhappy. So it's better to invest some resources into macOS testing. That's all. Looking forward for your questions and things that you want to discuss.
Oh, is that this um, I don't know if you can seems is let stream is and yeah, I was trying to uh, often speaker on the have internet there.
Hey everyone, happy to be here with you. I guess Ed, your internet is breaking up a little bit, so yeah, it's a bit lagging.
Yeah, for you what
Sorry, I cannot get what do you say right now. Yeah, but anyway, the speakers are amazing. The audience is also wonderful. I'm so glad to be here with you, everyone. I'm already a part of a Geekle community for several years in a row, and every single time it's a pleasure for me to be here with you. So, yeah, I guess we can start with presenting my talk. Here we go. Break it before hackers do. Modern tools and techniques for security and penetration testing. Today we are going to talk about security and penetration testing. We will make a short introduction to it. And then we are going to discuss the evolution of it. Then we are going to see some real use cases that happened during my career on this part. Then we will see some the most dangerous, the most popular uh, vulnerabilities happened with us. I mean, in IT world, in security testing world in 2024, and I'm sure they will be also actual in this year, which has started recently. Beside that, we will cover such things like AI in this in pen testing and how to implement it and much more and not limited to it. So as I mentioned before, we are going to start with introduction to penetration testing. Um, what is it? The penetration testing. It is the process of simulating an authorized attack on the system, on network, to identify security vulnerability that could be exploited by malicious actors. Why is it important in modern cybersecurity world? It is a critical component of a comprehensive cybersecurity strategy, helping organizations to proactively identify and address security weaknesses before they can be exploited. Everyone knows that every data breach impacts much the reputation, and it makes great reputational risks if you face such a bad thing like data breach or etc. What types of penetration testing do we have? It can be conducted from different perspectives, such as internal, external, and social engineering, to assess the overall security posture of an organization. Penetration testing methodology. The typical penetration testing methodology includes stages such as reconnaissance, vulnerability identification, exploitation, and reporting to provide actionable insights for improving security. What is the role of penetration testers? Penetration testers are skilled security professionals who utilize a combination of technical expertise, ethical hacking techniques, and analytical thinking to uncover security. Let's move to the evolution of penetration testing. We are going to start uh, more than 50 years ago. In 1917, the foundations of penetration testing were laid with the development of the first network security tools and techniques. Then, in 10 years, in 1980s, the rise of hacker communities and the release of the first network scanning and vulnerability assessment tools. In 1990s, when I was born, the emergence of automated penetration testing frameworks such as Metasploit and the increasing emphasis on ethical hacking. In 2000s, the advancement of web application security testing and the growing focus on cloud and mobile security. In 2010s, the rise of advanced persistent threats, like a short naming is APTS, and the development of more sophisticated penetration testing strategies to address these threats. And nowadays, in 2020s, for sure, AI, artificial intelligence, and integration of it, and machine learning in penetration testing to enhance automation and analysis. What about, you can ask, what about most popular and dangerous vulnerabilities for 2024? And I will tell you about them too. So the first one is log4shell vulnerability. It has been discovered in late 2021. It allows remote code execution on systems using the popular log4j logging library. This vulnerability is expected to remain a top threat in 2024 as well as 2025, as many systems continue to use unpatched version. Phishing attacks. For sure, it is also very popular nowadays. What it is about? It is when attackers trick users to revealing sensitive information or installing malware, and yeah, it is also actual in the last year in the current one. Supply chain attacks, where malicious actors target software vendors or other third-party providers to gain access to their customers. As predicted to increase in 2024 and 2025, as organizations become more reliant on external services. The third, the most important, popular, not important, but the most popular and dangerous vulnerabilities is ransomware. It is a type of malware that encrypts a victim's files and demands a ransom payment. And our lovely Internet of Things, it is also full of vulnerabilities. And the adoption of IoT devices continues to grow. The number of vulnerabilities in these devices is expected to rise, making them a prime target for attackers in 2024, 2025, and I'm sure in the next 2026 year. The next thing that we're going to talk about, it will be top 5 penetration testing tools. It depends on your expertise for sure. Some of them are requiring to be well experienced guy in pen testing. Some of them not. but top 5 are on your screen right now. So the first one is this framework which calls Metasploit. It's a comprehensive platform for pen testing and exploit development, providing a wide range of tools and modules for various attack scenarios. And Network Mapper, it is a powerful network discovery and security auditing tools used to scan networks, identify running services, and detect vulnerabilities. The third one I would like to highlight and present to you all is Wireshark. It is a network protocol analyzer that allows in-depth analysis of network traffic, enabling the identification of security issues and network anomalies. One of the most that I like and that I love, but it needs some expertise from you to use because it is very customizable. It is Burp Suite. It is a comprehensive web application security testing suite that includes tools for intercepting, analyzing, and attacking web applications. If you want to start your career in pen testing, you can easily just download the distribution, Linux distribution called Kali Linux, and just to go over all the built-in apps, it and yeah, to try if you like it or not. Will you find something? And yeah, it is pretty exciting to start with it. So this distribution is specifically designed for penetration testing and digital forensics with a wide range of pre-installed security tools. And most of them are having integrated AI features, and some of them are on this way to have it integrated. So if we're talking about, we already, AI. AI in penetration testing, automated vulnerability scanning. AI-powered vulnerability scanners can quickly and efficiently identify security weaknesses in a system, allowing penetration testers to focus on more advanced techniques. Threat simulation. That I guess the most important, and making the lives of pen testers a feature. It can simulate, I mean, AI can simulate cyber attacks and model the behavior of threat actors, helping penetration testers understand the potential impact of vulnerabilities and test defense mechanism. And social engineering attacks, yeah, for sure. Social engineering, it is about in-person communication, getting the accesses, mostly about in-person. But anyway, AI could be very beneficial here as well. While AI-driven language models can be used to automate and personalize social engineering attacks, making them more effective and at deceiving targets. AI is transforming the field of penetration testing by enhancing the speed, accuracy, and sophistication of security assessments. Leveraging AI-powered tools and techniques, penetration can identify vulnerabilities more efficiently, simulate invest threats, and stay ahead of evolving cyber risks. Let's talk about a bit practice. I mean, the case studies, yeah, the successful penetration test that had been happened during my career. Yeah, we will cover 4 of them, but yeah, they are pretty interesting. The first one is exposed database credentials. Penetration test identified unencrypted database credentials hard-coded in a web application, allowing access to sensitive customer data. The second one is critical remote code execution flow. the pen test found a remote code execution vulnerability in a popular web server software, enabling the attacker to gain full control of the system. The third one, it is weak authentication bypass. The pen test uncovered a weakness in the authentication process of a web application, allowing an attacker to bypass login controls and access restricted areas. And yeah, the fourth is sensitive information disclosure. That is something every company is very afraid of, scary of, because it is sensitive, and nobody wants to face it. So Pentest discovered that the web application was exposing sensitive system information, including network topology and software versions, which could be exploited by an attacker. Moving on, we will be talking about the effectiveness of different cyber threats. You see the circles. It is showing from 0 to 100% how effective they are. And if we are talking about only these four, different types of pen testing, cybersecurity, the most efficient is web application pen testing, 92%. Then on the second place is network penetration testing, 85, wireless penetration testing, 80, and social engineering pen testing is 75. Effectiveness has 75% of effectiveness in comparison with other types. You can ask how we can implement a penetration testing program, and I will easily tell you about that. The first step you're gonna make is to assess organizational needs. So if you don't need to have it, but I'm sure for 80% that you need it. Firstly, evaluate the organizational security posture, identify potential vulnerabilities, and determine the scope of the penetration testing program. Then you should establish clear objectives. So you should define specific goals and objectives for the penetration testing program, such as identifying critical assets, verifying the effectiveness of security controls, and validating the incident response plan. The next step, the third one of 6 that we are having here, is to select correctly the appropriate methodologies. You should choose one of the most popular. It is such as OWASP or PTS that aligns with organizational requirements and industry best practices. Then you're gonna assemble a skill team based on your needs, for sure, which you have defined earlier. So you are recruiting or employ a team of experienced and certified penetration testers, each with specialized skills to cover a range of attack vectors. The fifth step here is to develop a comprehensive plan. It is to create a detailed plan that outlines the scope, timeline, the resources, and communication protocols for the penetration testing program. And for sure is to integrate with security operations. Ensure the penetration testing program is integrated with the organizational security operation, incident response, and risk management processes. The next slide, we're going to talk about ethical considerations in penetration testing. So we should follow these not guidelines, but to be. Right now we are talking about the ethic, the so to say white hat hackers. adherence to legal frameworks, respect for client systems and data, transparency and disclosure, and minimizing collateral damage. Penetration testing as a service. We have such a pyramid here. So the first is identifying the need of regular security assessments, then evaluating in-house capabilities and resources, researching and selecting a reputable penetration testing provider, and then defining the scope and objectives of the engagement, coordinating with the provider for a seamless testing process, and analyzing the results and implementing recommended security measures. And the one of the latest slides of this topic today, it is the future of penetration testing. And yeah, we face the rise of automated penetration testing, which is good and more efficient. So machine learning and artificial intelligence are enabling the development of automated penetration testing tools that can identify vulnerabilities, execute exploits, and generate detailed reports with minimal human intervention. This increases the speed and efficiency of the penetration testing process. The next way of development and future of our upcoming future is adaptive and context-aware attacks. AI-powered penetration testing tools can analyze the target environment, learn its characteristics, and launch context-aware attacks that are tailored to the specific vulnerabilities and configurations of the system. This leads to more effective and stealthy attacks that are harder to detect and mitigate. The next, what is going on to happen in the future of security testing and in pen testing as well is predictive threat modeling. Machine learning algorithm can analyze historical data on cyber attacks and vulnerabilities to predict the likelihood and potential impact of future threats. Penetration testers can use this information to prioritize their efforts and focus on the most critical vulnerabilities. Continuous monitoring and adaptation to adaptation. I'm so sorry. AI-powered penetration testing tools can continuously monitor the target environment, detect changes, and adapt their attack strategies in real time. This allows for more comprehensive and up-to-date assessments of an organizational security posture, and of course, ethical AI in pen testing. As AI and machine learning become more prominent in pen testing, it is crucial to develop ethical guidelines and frameworks to ensure that these technologies are used responsibly and with the best interests of the organizational in mind. Um, yeah, we have such a notorious hacker like Jason E. Street, and he says ethical hacking is about finding vulnerabilities to protect rather than exploit. And I would like to finish my talk today with my own quote. The best defense is proactive action. When we break our own system before hackers do, we turn vulnerabilities into strengths and build a foundation of trust and resilience. So feel free to scan the code of my LinkedIn. I will be happy to add everyone and to talk about more, not only limited to the pen testing and security testing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sergey. Sorry for my poor internet on the beginning. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. No worries. You're good.
Cool. Thank you for the presentation. Well, it's on the age between testing and security, and it's nice. It's very rare topics for Q&A for even for QA Global Summit. And yeah, I have two more folks on my backstage here. I have Vitaly, I have Lewis. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, cool. So yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here online. Um, I see Lewis just jumped off. Um, we hope he will come back. Thank you for great presentations, and let's get started with our questions. Yeah, Lewis is trying to jump in, and yes, we have you, Lewis. How are you?
Good. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries, no worries. Cool. Okay, so and probably the first question goes to you, Lewis. Let's start from this one. How do you resolve conflicts when consumer have different contract expectations?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So for me, it's all about communication, right? And contract testing gives you that starting point to kick off those conversations. And yeah, I mean, if there's a conflict, then ultimately the consumer should be the driver of that. So it's obviously you've got to weigh up the pros and the cons of that, but yeah, ultimately whoever is providing the service needs to listen to their users, right? So yeah, it's a difficult conversation to have, but ultimately, yeah, the consumer should be the driver for that conversation.
Thank you very much for your answer. And next question goes to Vitaly. And yeah, what's your strategy to work with issues in virtualized environments that might not occur on real hardware?
Yeah, good question. There is some kind of issues that are real only on virtual machines. Usually I'm checking it on the real machine or asking someone to check it in the office where usually we have a lot of computers. And if it is not reproducing, then everything is okay.
Great. Back to Lewis. Um, let's pick this one. How does contract testing handle unexpected errors or incomplete data?
Yeah, so it doesn't. So the short answer is it doesn't. So the unexpected errors you would still need to handle at integration level, and then the data is passed around in state within the contract test. So you should never have incomplete data in that respect because the provider, the API sets up all the data they need for that test. But if you're talking about a scenario where you need to handle the response when it has incomplete data, then again that would be a business logic test, and that would live in your integration tests or in a mocked environment that you need to test that scenario in. So yeah, the short answer is you wouldn't test that at contract level.
Cool, thank you very much. And next goes to Sergey. Are there any ways to include pen testing as part of CI/CD pipelines?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say it is obligatory part because you want to have it run based on your needs. I mean, once per week or several times per week. For example, one of the ways, and it is very easy, is to get image of ZEP scanner. It has built-in top 10 of us vulnerabilities, and you can easily integrate into your existing CI/CD pipeline. whether it is from Microsoft or it is another way of integration of CI/CD implementation. I mean, so yeah, try with this with it. It's very easy, and then if you want to have more sophisticated and fancy one, you can easily choose the next from the higher level.
Right. And one more for you. Let's get even farther. I'm thinking to
Yeah,
get into pen test in the future. What is the best pen testing tool for beginners?
yeah, absolutely. As I talked during my presentation, the first one I would recommend to download the Kali Linux distributive, and then to it has, I don't know, 40, 50 different built-in tools which are free. You don't need to pay for them. I would like you to recommend you to start with it. And then once you have some more experience, then to combine it with the burp suite, because it is very customizable, then nmapper and etc. Different network traffic analyzers. But yeah, I would recommend to start with Kali Linux.
I see this topic on penetration testing. It's quite popular. Lots of questions. I cannot read all of them from users from the community and from chat. But guys, Vitaly, Lewis, maybe you have any experience with the tools for penetration testing, especially maybe AI tools, because it's the hot topic now. What could you add here? I want to stick a bit to the penetration testing. If you have any experience here, who Vitaly, your mic is on, so maybe you'll start.
Yeah, I didn't have had such experience. I'm manual QA. In general, we have dedicated security officers for penetration testing, and the AI I'm using usually for the documentation to write
Right.
good text in English and so on. Nothing special.
Yeah, I was expecting you'll say, yeah, we kind of do it all the way because you're from Checkpoint, and as far as I remember, Checkpoint is kind of security tool.
Yes, but I'm not that kind of
Yeah, not
QA
your role,
yet.
not your role,
I'm
right?
not, yeah, not very long in Checkpoint. Maybe later.
All right. Okay, Lewis, anything to add here?
Yeah, similarly, yeah, just outsource it as much as possible. But yeah, OWASP app is kind of the go-to tool, and then yeah, just static security checks really using Sonar
All right.
to verify that. But yeah, that's all. I haven't delved into the AI in this space yet.
Sure. So ChatGPT for text works anyway, right? Anyway, Lewis, next question is to you. Let's see here. How contract testing integrate with other testing frameworks effectively, right?
Yeah, so Packflow, the software as a service for Pact, they offer a bidirectional contract testing solution, which allows you to integrate it with popular mocking frameworks, end-to-end testing frameworks. So, like your Cypress, your Playwright, you can generate your contracts from those mocks, and then on the on the other side, on the provider side, you can use your open API specifications and verify the contracts against those using Postman or whatever testing framework you have set up. So yeah, it's in kind of it's been established for the last couple of years, but it's quite new.
Right, quite new. Thank you. And next goes to Vitaly. And how do you ensure compatibility and performance from legacy Mac OS versions?
Yeah. I have an old MacBook on the Intel processor where I can test few old versions because the disk is divided for the partition, and I have like two latest available macOSs for it. Also, I have the virtual machines on the M1 computer, Apple Silicon computer, and where I can check the last versions, like 3 version of the macOS, that it is working fine with our agent, with our application. This is native
Right.
application. Previously, it was only x86. It was working fine into the Apple Silicon, but now we have 2 versions for the x86 and for the Silicon, Apple Silicon.
Thank you very much. And next goes to Sergey. What is the best way to freelance in web penetration testing and also practice continuously?
Yeah, the best way I would say to try it on your project. Where do you work right now? Um, but if you are like you are not involved in any project right now, so you can easily pick up uh, any website you want, for example google.com, and to try to break it up. And if you even break it up, you will get some money for that. Yeah.
Remote.
Yeah, there are so many bug bounty initiatives, and um, if you could make it, so you're gonna be rich. Yeah, but anyway, please put. You can easily choose any web application in uh, the internet. Yeah, so absolutely, just to start with it, also to practice continuously. Yes, you can try more fancy frameworks. Not only the very simple at the career of your at the start of your career. So try more fancy frameworks, as I mentioned before, fancy tools, different vulnerability scanning application. So yeah, just just make it, and you're gonna find something for sure.
Right. And sometimes, we have quite laggy system, I mean, Geekle here, unfortunately. And sometimes guys just sending us the vulnerabilities lists and saying, hey guys, you have bugs here, and here. And yeah, I always give them free tickets for that, for helping us do that stuff. So yeah, and find some bounties, yes, for vulnerabilities. It's also nice
Yeah,
advice.
it's
And
pretty
next
beneficial.
goes to Lewis. Yeah, it is. Lewis, what are the challenges in scaling contract testing across teams? Oh,
Yeah, this is a tough question. So, so contract testing scales very, very well because it sits alongside your unit tests. So, in terms of the scalability of the framework, it's it scales very, very well. But the most challenging thing is getting teams on board with it, especially if you've got established integration tests already. But once you've got the infrastructure set up, you've got your broker set up, you've got contracts in there, pipelines integrated with it, then the scalability is very easy. But yeah, it's just a human persuasion, getting people on board with the framework. That's the most challenging part.
great. Thank you. And yeah, let's go to Sergey again. This one to you, Lewis, probably yes. How do you advise the leadership team to invest in pen testing in-house instead of third party? Oh, nice question.
Yeah, this one I like very much. How do you advise leadership team to invest in pen testing house? Yeah, you should compare the price. It is all about money. So, for example, you will say to your leadership, we have, for example, three manual QA engineers that are um, willing to be involved into pen testing, and it costs us to get into the needed level of pen testing security expertise, for example, 10 grand of dollars. And then you compare to make it what external tool costs you per year, yeah, for something like that. So I would say it is easily um, to make your leadership to support internal development of your colleagues than to involve the third party, because for the leadership it is very important to raise their employees from the inside. So they are showing that they support their development, and it is very important for the employees as well. So yeah, please compare the total sum, uh, what is going to cost for you to have it in house or to have it implemented by a third party. Yeah.
Also,
Well,
it should
despite
be
it's a
much safer.
junior day. Yeah, sorry,
Also, it
sorry,
should be
Vitaly
much
again.
safer. Yeah. Should be much safer that no third party know about your vulnerabilities, because
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
don't know what they will do with this knowledge.
Absolutely.
They
And
shouldn't
cheaper.
use it. Yeah,
And
but
cheaper because you are paying one time for the development of your employees, okay, for around half a year or a year, and but you should pay then for years for the subscription of the third party. So yeah, I
And
would
Lewis,
say
maybe you have some opinion here because as I hear, guys are actually against third-party testing, but in some reason people actually use this way. What do you think about this?
Yeah, just to reiterate what's been said, really, because yeah, all comes down to cost and risk benefit. And yeah, we've been bitten in the past with using contractors and third parties, but yeah, usually it just comes down to cost, and usually you need it done next week, so you've only got one option, right? That you have to outsource it. But yeah, that's my experience.
Yeah. So yeah, despite it's a junior day, we have kind of nice managerial questions and strategical questions. All right, and I guess we have one more for Vitaly. Let's stick here. Oh, nice question, by the way. What specific edge cases in your career have been most challenging to cover in exploratory testing for macOS application?
um, as usual for the almost all of QAs, it is like floating bugs that are not reproducing every time, which are cause some race condition, and it is real pain to find it, to gather logs, and just hope that it will be fixed someday. The other problem is compatibility with different versions. Testing on the public beta macOS, I have created bugs from public beta, and then it turns out that in the final release there is no such bug. So the time was wasted, my time and developers, for the investigation. But in general, I don't see real problems in application testing. Just Just need to follow the best practices, and everything will be good.
Right. And gentlemen, maybe you could share some funny cases on your topics in your career. Also, and we have one question too. Probably, let me see. Yeah, this is to you also. What have been your experience with contract testing when the test data is problem? Have you used any mock tool?
Yeah, so the test data becomes a problem in contract testing when it's a big overhead, and it's very complicated to set up, and yeah, and there's lots of issues around that. So that's where you can use that bidirectional that Packflow offer you, and then it gives you a simpler interface to using the test data, or one that you're more familiar with maybe, and you can use your end-to-end testing framework, and you can use your API spec. So yeah, if you've got issues with test data, go down the bidirectional testing route with Packflow.
Thank you very much. And Sergey, maybe some interesting,
story.
funny use
Yeah.
cases. Yes.
Yeah.
Something from the
It was
experience.
it was very funny and scary. We were providing some services in breaking the system of one of the government institution, and it wasn't well communicated. And when we had an access to the system of this government institution, in 5 minutes came the police, and it was like cyber police, and they like, hey guys, what is going on here? And then we showed the contract with this government institution, and they like, oh, okay, it's good, you are good now. But it was very scary, like we are banditos, and wanted
So
to
so
break.
they did a musky show for you, or just came and
Yeah, yeah.
they did. Wow.
It was like in the
Wow. Right.
movie. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, so yeah, that's sounds good. So people like, yeah, be careful with that. And Lewis, maybe you have something to share, some funny stuff, just to wrap up.
Yes, yeah. So one that comes to mind, working for a large online retailer here in the UK, we're making some CSS changes to how the page was rendered, and the we destroyed the cache, and so for like 10 minutes the web page had no like CSS at all. So you're just seeing plain HTML for 10 minutes. And we were like, nah, God, it looks terrible. It's just like so embarrassing. But it was just cache issue. So after 10 minutes it was absolutely fine. But for 10 minutes we were like really putting ourselves that we'd
You were on
taken down the
fire,
whole.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much. This is kind of it. We did actually really nice panel session. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing your devotion, energy, and experience, of course. Have a nice day, and we're having break for a few minutes, and we'll come back for the next speaker.
Thank you.
So thank you very
Thank you
much.
for having us. Bye-bye.
Thanks all. Bye.
Cool. Yeah. All right, the first block is over, and we are heading to the block number 2. So what we expect in here is, let's see, Dev QA Ops. Nice topic. The role of test engineering in a new era. Wow, and harnessing randomness, data faker, and actually synthetic data for testing. I love all these talks, and just reminder: share your LinkedIn profiles if you want more followers, or follow speakers, or follow me if you want to stay connected and have latest news about community and about all those cool stuff we're building at Geekle AI Labs. Also, yeah, we're going to pick one the most active attendee in our chat who asks questions and grant the ticket for a senior day. So please be active and win that one. Just reminder that tomorrow is a senior day, and on February 4th we have AI Agent Day with use cases of using AI technologies in testing. And probably this all the announcement for this moment. And yes, Faraz Malak, Beyond DevOps, introducing Dev QA Ops for faster, quality focused software delivery. Let's hear them out.
Hey everyone, I'm so excited to be presenting today. My name is Faraz Malak, and today I'll be talking about a very interesting and a niche topic area, which is Dev QA Ops, which stands for Development QA Operations. Right, so this model is designed for faster, quality focused software delivery. But before we explore more about Dev QA Ops, let's do a quick recap of what DevOps really is. So what you see on your screen is a classic infinity loop DevOps diagram, which in essence symbolizes that a software development life cycle is a continuous process. You go from planning to building, testing, deployment. You gather feedback from your production server, again go back to the planning board, and it's a new cycle again, right? So with DevOps, the development and operations team together collectively are supposed to build and run the application. So, what are the DevOps advantages? Accelerated software delivery through incremental deployments, small deployments, high quality software. It's always easier to uh, test a smaller deployment versus a big bang release. Automation, you can DevOps promotes the automation ideology, which is automating unit tests, integration tests, automating infrastructure, collaboration, communication, very important between the development and operations team, continuous improvement through feedback loops, and all of this results in, of course, an efficient approach, right? But now the question is, do companies or do modern day DevOps implementation really adhere to the original DevOps ideology? Do they really implement DevOps in a way that it is supposed to be? Well, it's not quite the case. Let's take a look at a few case studies here. So a lot of companies like Facebook overemphasize on speed versus quality. They do this. They take this approach to stay relevant and competitive in the market by shipping new features at speed. But in the process, they cut a lot of corners in development and quality. So with each release, a feature gets shipped, and along with it, a whole plethora of bugs get shipped together. So Knight Capital Group is another example. So there was an incident in 2012 where a failed production deployment happened. A legacy code was not cleaned up properly, right? And that legacy code ended up executing in the production environment, resulting in some erratic stock trades. And ultimately, due to this, company lost USD 440 million in just 45 minutes. That's the impact of ignoring quality. Twitter's fail whale. This is another popular case study. So between 2010 to 2012, there were repeated service outages on the platform. Reason: the platform was monolith, wasn't really designed to handle such large traffic spikes. So why didn't the team at Twitter, why did not they upgrade the architecture, scale up the architecture? Because at that point the focus was again to ship new features. That was a higher priority, and they cut corners on quality again here. So that's where we come into the dev QA ops landscape, right? So dev QA ops is essentially an extension of DevOps. It embraces the same DevOps principles and ideologies, but it integrates QA workflows into the existing DevOps workflow. At each stage of the DevOps workflow, we integrate a quality assurance process, right? So that's what Dev QA Ops is all about. So if you take a look at this diagram, so here we are in. So this let's talk of the Dev QA Ops ideology first. It's very simple. It's defining, implementing, automating, monitoring, and reiterating over quality. 5-step process, right? So during planning and discovery phase, we define the quality of the product, what quality means in context of the product. We define the scope, we define the metrics, we define the process to track, document, and resolve quality issues. Then during the build phase, when we start coding, we ensure that our coding workflow is quality driven. We integrate all the necessary tools and processes right from when we start writing the first line of code. Then we automate quality checks. That's the automation layer. Once the product or the software gets deployed to the production, we monitor the quality metrics, we gather the feedback, we improve on the metrics in the next cycle. Let's go through some stats here. So Dev QA Ops has a lot of potential. It can reduce bug fixing costs by up to 50%, increase speed to market by 30%, defect density reduction by 35%. Test coverage can be improved by up to 40% or more, though those are massive numbers. All right. So we had a look at the ideology of DevQAOps. Now, this is the workflow. These are the actionable items that, or the processes that we can actually implement to integrate QA into the DevOps model. So let's start with shift left QA. Shift left QA, in essence, tries to integrate quality assurance into the development cycle right from the planning stage, from the very beginning. So this helps detect and prevent defects early, reduces the cost, increases the test coverage, and reduces the overall time to market. Software quality assurance plan. This is the foundation of defining quality for the product, right? So this document defines the scope of what quality means for the product being built, quality requirements, functional, non-functional, metrics used to track and implement the quality requirements, compliance, processes on how the defects would be tracked, documented, and resolved, potential risks that could impact quality, and how to mitigate those risks. And also, it defines the roles and responsibilities of the team members that are involved in ensuring the product quality. And this role, this the entire QA panel not only includes people from the QA team, but also from the development team and operations team. So the idea of Dev QA Ops is getting together all the teams, all the three teams, to ensure product quality. So let's move on to quality integrated coding. So this means integrating QA tooling into the IDEs. Right from when we start writing the code, our aim should be to ensure quality from the beginning. This helps us follow coding standards, design principles, and architectural guidelines. So, static code and analyzers are a very popular choice for implementing code quality while writing the code. They integrate well with auto completion features of IDs. They can be integrated with Git hooks, such as Git pre-commit hook, right? So in essence, static code analyzers are used for catching potential errors, code smells, or non-adherence to coding standards. You can use a Sonar Cube, which is an excellent choice for a lot of, it supports a lot of languages like JavaScript, Java, Python. It supports like 30 odd programming languages. ESLint is a good choice if you're going with a JavaScript application, and even Checkstyle is quite good. Code review tools. These are essentially code repos like a GitHub or a Bitbucket, where when you merge, at the time of merging your code into the mainstream branch, you can collaborate with your peers, do a peer code review, and this helps, number one, promote knowledge sharing. Then it also helps catch issues which a static code analyzer may miss out on. It's important to note that static code analyzers ultimately do static analysis, and they might lack application specific context in a lot of cases. So code review, manual code review is still very important. Right? Dependency management tools. So applications, modern day applications use a lot of third party dependencies or libraries. And it's crucial to scan these libraries for any security issues or to track whether these libraries are up to date, etc. And we have some very good tools like npm and snike. So snike can automate the scanning process for you. It integrates well with your github and can do periodic checks for vulnerability scans. And npm is also a really good tool. Both these tools offer a command line interface which you can again integrate with, let's say, which you can manually trigger from your local instance at the time of development, or you can integrate with a git pre-commit hook if you want to. All right, moving on to automated testing. So automated testing is really important. It ensures that your code goes through a series of checks: unit test, integration test, functional performance, security test. It goes through all the quality gates before it gets deployed to a production environment. This helps catch regressions, speed up feedback loops for developers, ensures functional consistency across different environments. So depending on what language you're using, you can choose your testing libraries accordingly. If you're writing a JavaScript application, you can go in for a JUnit, PyTest for Python. If you want to run behavioral tests, go in for Cypress, Cilium. Cypress is a really popular choice. If you want to do security tests, you can go in for Fortify, Load Runner for performance testing. These are some great tools. Moving on to code coverage, right? So code coverage in essence measures how much of your code is covered by tests, right? So typically measured by lines of code, like 1,000 lines of code. How much percentage is covered per 1,000 lines of code? Yeah, that's what these tools measure. So benefits include identifying untested parts of code, gaining more confidence in reliability and quality, ensuring a higher degree of test coverage to prevent undetected defects, right? So again, depending on what language you're programming in, you can use your code coverage tool accordingly. So Istanbul is typically for JavaScript application. JCoco is for Java, and cover rails is a good option to give you the percentage of test coverage. It prepares a report and integrates well with your CI/CD pipelines. Moving on to the next workflow item, continuous monitoring. This happens after your application is deployed to the production environment. So here we track the quality metrics, whatever is relevant to your product, that gets tracked here. It ensures, it helps us, this process helps us measure the quality and improve upon it in the next iteration. So the benefits include identifying potential problems that can possibly escalate into critical failures, detect suspicious activities and vulnerabilities in real time. Again, the tool chain here: New Relic, Datadog, Grafana, all of them very popular ones. Right, so continuous improvement. This is where we, in essence, collect all the metrics and plan on improving upon them, right? What what are the metrics that we can track? Well, again, that depends on the product that you're building. Some metrics might be relevant to certain products, class of products. Some metrics might not be relevant. But here let's talk about the general classifications of different metrics that are available that we can track, just to give you a holistic sense of things. Right. So there are deployment metrics, QA metrics, performance metrics, security metrics, customer experience metrics, and process metrics. Let's take a quick look at each of these. So deployment metrics, let's say deployment frequency, that tracks how frequently are we deploying the product. So high frequency indicates agile and efficient workflows. Change failure rate, right? Percentage of deployments causing production failures. A lower change failure rate reflects higher code quality and testing practices. Mean time to recovery, how long it takes for a system to recover from a failure, right? So again, lower mean time to recovery indicates is a better indicator. QA metrics, defect density, right? So defect density is measured per 1,000 lines of code. So number of defects per 1,000 lines of code. So a lower defect density is obviously better, right? So the aim of def QA ops is to lower the defect density, lower the change failure rate. These are the essential metrics that def QA ops need aims to improve, and alongside, of course, deployment frequency. If change failure rate or if defect density improves, right, a deployment frequency would automatically improve. So these metrics are correlated. They cannot be looked in isolation, some of these metrics, right? So escape defects, so number of defects found in production that escaped pre-production testing, right? Automated test coverage. So with the shift left QA approach, we should be aiming for a very high validation of code base and a very high test coverage percentage. It again, how much you want to cover, it again is dependent on the product that you're building. It's not really getting hitting 80% or 90% test coverage if it's, if the complexity of the product being built is really low. So probably in that case, a 40 or 50 coverage percentage might be enough. But the idea should be to cover all the use cases critical for the product to function properly. At least the automated test should cover that. Performance metrics, application response time is basically time taken for the application to respond to user requests. A low response time results in a better user experience. System uptime, again, performance metrics are a part of quality metrics. So if system uptime is very high, that indicates a very good quality for your system. Performance metrics, throughput is the number of transactions handled per second. This indicates how efficiently your system can function under load. Error rates is helps monitoring the application health and identify issues. Security metrics. So vulnerability detection rate is number of security vulnerabilities identified and fixed, which ensures robust application security in production. Time to patch, which is time taken to apply patches once a security vulnerability is identified. Customer experience metrics. So, user satisfaction score or customer satisfaction score. This can be collected typically through feedback forms or surveys, right? Net promoter score indicates overall customer satisfaction. Churn rate is the percentage of users who stop using the product. This could, again, quality can play a major issue, major can be a major trigger for churn rate. Okay, process metrics. This is more towards how you implement the DevOps, Dev QA Ops processes, right? So let's say lead time for changes, which is time from when a feature is requested to when a feature is deployed. So now, if we have the proper quality gates in place, that instills a lot of confidence in the team to ship features at a faster rate. Collaboration effectiveness measured through team surveys or metrics like pull request review times, and it's indicative of how well the development, QA, and operations teams collaborate together. Now, let's say if you're operating in a DevOps model and you want to migrate to a Dev QA Ops model, how do you do that? All right. So here are some guidelines. First of all, define your software quality assurance plan. All the points that we've spoken about before in our previous slides. Identify and document the QA process gaps. Establish a panel to oversee the migration. It's important that the panel has members from the quality team, not only the quality team, but from the development and operations team as well. Define the roadmap with short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. So short-term goals, you can automate your unit and integration tests. Aim for a higher test coverage percentage, for example. Mid-term goals, you can target adding performance, security, API integration tests. And for long-term goals, you can aim for adopting more advanced, let's say, performance or integration tests, right? So that's pretty much it for this session. Thank you so much for attending, and it has been a great pleasure speaking.
Yep. Thank you very much for this session to our previous speaker, Faraz Malak. And yeah, I have really nice and interesting questions to him. And I hope he will join us on our Q&A session and panel discussion. And next is Ludovico Visana. He will be speaking about redefining the role of the test engineer, the path to a new era. Futuristic one. Let's dive in.
Hi everyone, I'm Ludovico Besana and I'm really thrilled to be here at QA Global Summit 2025. Today we will explore how the role of test engineer is evolving to meet the demands of modern software development. Together we will uncover the challenges, the opportunities and skills that define this transformation. But before starting with the talk, let me introduce myself. I'm Ludovico, nice to meet you. I'm currently working as a senior test engineer at Nearphone. Also, I'm Tech ambassador and Grafana and Browser Stack champion. Also, I co-founded many different startups in the tech field, and I love doing open source, mainly in education. Also, I'm passionate about cars, animals, and video games. Before we continue, I'd like to briefly introduce my company, Nearphone. We're a software development agency that builds modern, scalable software solutions working with the top organizations worldwide. As you can see, we really love doing open source, and if you are passionate about innovation, quality, and development and really encourage you to explore our career page. So now, attention, as the slide humorously suggests, this talk might result in some opinionated statements. These opinions are based on my personal experiences and perspective in QA, but I recognize that the testing is a broad and evolving field. So if you have any different talks, I really love to hear your talks and feedbacks. And I know that we have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of the talk, so feel free to share your opinions or ask questions then. I really look forward to engaging in a lively discussion and learning from your perspective as well. So now we are not here to talking about this and nothing else than DOM and jQuery. No, okay, we are not here to talk about this. So let's start with the fundamental question. So now let's be serious. Has the role of test engineer truly changed? The short answer to this is yes, and I will show you why. But now let's think about the traditional role of the test engineers. So traditionally, the role of the test engineer revolves around only manual testing and bug detection. But these approaches often lead to reactive processes and minimal involvement in the strategic phases of the development. But now, today, we have the chaos in the testing because today's testing landscape is more complex. We need to have rapid releases, evolving requirements, and also the increasing of the sophisticated systems create the chaos, right? So testing must adapt to keep up. Also, we can think, why do we need testing? Because in my opinion, testing prevents costly errors, ensure continuously quality, and also serves like a living documentation and reduce manual effort through automation. So for my opinion, testing is fundamental. It's not just an afterthought, right? Because if you don't invest in quality, you will not have quality. Within QA, we see various roles like manual testers, performance tester, automation engineers, SDATs, test leads, and many more. But each role contributes differently to quality. An SDAT, for example, combines development and testing expertise, while an automation engineer focuses just on creating test scripts. These specialized roles reflect the growing demands of technical proficiency in testing. I can say that also QA roles often vary by company sizes, industry, and culture. For example, a startup might require a more generalistic QA that is doing his job in 360 grades, okay, while larger enterprises can afford to specialize at once. But now, what are the factors that influence quality? Key factors like budget, team size, timeline, and methodology impacts how we approach quality. Balancing these ones is really critical to ensuring the success of quality, right? And also we can say that the impact of new technologies like AI and advanced automation are reshaping the testing, right? Because predictive testing also is central, and CI/CD as well, to QA processes. And we can say that many different teams, thanks to these TestRail AI reports, are now using AI in their processes. So you can see that AI is already used in testing for example, generating test cases to help you identify some possible problems in your automation or CI/CDs. So AI can help you out to improve the efficiency and coverage of your test, but it requires thoughtful implementation to help you out. Also, I've created a list of repositories in my GitHub profile. You can check this out using the link below with many different tools that I have tried in my QA processes, and I can tell you that works fine and are really good to try. Okay. These also are some of the tools that I'm really using during my days and help me out doing my job. So yeah, you can definitely use it and try it and say if they are helping you out as well. So what are the limitations of the traditional test engineer role? As you can see, the traditional test engineer role has some limitation. It's often reactive, with little strategic influence, and this increases the risk and reduces the overall impact. So how does the role evolve to address these challenges? We can think about the traditional test engineer as Goku, the normal one, and becomes the new test engineer becoming Super Saiyan and now has the new skills that we will see in a bit. So the new test engineer now is a quality advocate because now test engineers are involved early in the cycle, can influence design decisions and also ensure testability that is built in the process. And also now, in my opinion, technical skills like scripting and automation are essential for any test engineer. Also, soft skills like collaboration and critical thinking are equally important. And don't forget to have the documentation skills as well. Let's now dive into foundational concept for the new test engineers, testability. Embracing testability means that writing code is not just only functional, but also easy to test and maintain. And here are the three key principles to achieve this. Modularity, so break down your code into small reusable units to ensure that each module or function can be tested independently. For example, instead of writing a massive function and then multiple tasks, split into smaller dedicated functions. This simplifies testing and also enhance maintainability. The principle 2 is the separation of concerns. So this principle focuses on clearly separating the what and the how. So the business logic, what the program does, should be independent of the user interface, so how it is presented, okay? By separating these concerns, you can test the business logic independently without worrying about the UI changes breaking your tests. And the last principle is the manageable dependencies, because using dependency injection to facilitate mocking can, let's say, make you easier to substitute the real dependencies with mocks during testing to have, for example, a faster and more reliable test. Okay, so these principles are not just about mocking tests, okay, are to improve the overall quality in general of your code. So well-structured testable code reduces also the changes of bugs, simplifies debugging as well, and ensures your system can adapt to future changes without breaking. By embracing these practices, I think that we shift our mindset from reactive bug fixing to proactive quality assurance, aligning with the new principles that new test engineers must have. If you are a test engineer, you will probably know this image. This image shows the testing pyramid, and this pyramid visualizes the ideal balance between the different types of tests. At the base, we have the automated unit tests, which should make up the majority of your test suite. They are fast and provide a solid foundation for your testing strategy. In the middle, we have the automated integration test, which ensure that modules work well together. And at the top, we have the manual GUI test and automated GUI test, which focus on the user-facing functionality. And these are slower and more fragile, so they should be minimized, right? And also, don't forget about visual tests also, because they can give you really a lot of value if you are in the agile context, because a lot of UIs and requirements will change. So end-to-end test probably becomes flaky if you don't maintain those. So visual tests can also help you out on this situation. This structure, in my opinion, aligns with the principles of maximizing the speed and reliability while reducing also maintenance overhead for fragile tests. So you know, and you have seen in this slide, are different types of tests, right? So testing encompasses various types, and each of these types address different aspects of quality. And each type also serves a unique purpose, and together they provide a comprehensive coverage for the system. So don't forget to test the different layers of the pyramid, right? And other important stuff to say is to structure your test in the best way, because the new test engineers must know how to structure tests in the best way. So structuring tests is the key to maintain clarity and reliability also. And one of the most effective methods is the AAA approach. So a range, that is the setup, is the initial condition for the test. This might involve initializing variables, creating mock data, and also preparing the test environment. The second one is action. So execute the action you want to test. This could be calling a function or triggering a component interaction, etc. And the third one is assert, so the verification. So verify that the results match your expectation. And this step ensures your test accurately validates the functionality. And what is really important to say about this is that tests should always be independent one of another. I know that this can sound really easy concept to know, but in my opinion, in many different projects which I have been through, these concepts aren't applied. So for me, are really important to say to you that for a new test engineer in this new context and era, is important to structure the test like this. Also, avoid dependencies between tests, as they can create unpredictable failures. Each test also should focus on a single aspect on a functionality, because this can ensure clarity and simplifies debugging when a test fails. So this structured approach keeps tests concise and maintainable, reducing the effort required to diagnose issues. And another important aspect, a part of structuring the test, is mocking. And this meme humorously captures a common challenge in QA, that is the over-reliance on mocks. Because when our entire test suite depends on mocks, it can create a false sense of security, because while mocks are incredibly useful for unit testing, overusing them without complementing it with integration or end-to-end can lead to scenarios where the application behaves differently in production. So if you only use mocks and you don't think about the different behaviors, can be a problem, right? So it's just a reminder to you to strike the balance. So mocks are the tools, so it's not just only an answer, right? It's a tool, you need to balance them. So in my opinion, always aim for a mix of test types to get a comprehensive picture of your system's quality. So if we think about mocking in general, what we can say is that mocking are simulated objects that mimic the behavior of real components in your application. They allow you to isolate the code under test from its dependencies. And when do you need to use them? Mocks are especially useful when you need to deal with external dependencies, such as web services, APIs or database, or where real interaction might slow down tests or lead to inconsistent results. Also, what we can say that mocks makes your test really faster, more reliable, and easier to isolate, and they can enable you to focus on the logic within the code itself without worrying about external factors. This approach also ensures that the test remain focused and efficient, particularly when testing components that rely heavily on external system. So this is an explanation for who doesn't know what are the beneficials and the benefits, to use the mocks. So this slide represents the diverse set of tools I use in my daily work as a senior test engineer. Each of these tools is not just about functionality itself, but it's about enabling a smarter testing, enhancing collaboration, and supporting modern testing practices. So let's break this down a little bit further. Playwright, for example, is a powerful tool for UI automation, and it allowed me to simulate complex user scenarios and interaction across different browsers. And these tools are here not just because they are fancy, but because they help me out to reduce manual testing and focus on what matters, ensuring the real-world scenarios work seamlessly in the environments. K6, on the other hand, is my tool that I use for load testing and performance testing to check that possible bottlenecks under high traffic are covered, ensuring scalability. Postman is my essential tool for API testing, but I also like Insomnia or Bruno, and allows me to automate, validate, and document the API calls, ensuring also backend reliability. And both TypeScript and Python are integral to my work because TypeScript brings the type safety, scalability to my testing script, while Python simplicity and libraries make it ideal for my fast prototyping and data-driven testing. So yeah, also Storybook is really particularly helpful for creating isolated UI components test, and also you can add to Storybook the accessibility testing that is really important during these days. As not last but not least, GitHub Actions plays a pivotal role in integrating testing scripts into our CI/CD pipelines, because it ensures that every code commit is verified, and also we have added nightly runs, builds, tests. So yeah, every day, every night we run tests automated thanks to GitHub Actions as well. So why these tools are really important beyond functionality? I think they are essential for aligning with modern testing principle, because if we think about modern testing, so the new testing era, okay, we think about accelerating business value through collaboration and leveraging data-driven insights. So collaboration, faster feedback, and data-driven decision-making are really crucial to have. And I think these tools empower the entire team, not just tester. And for example, if we use Storybook, everyone, also designer, can test components manually. If you use Postman, everyone can call those APIs and check if they are working or not. So to sum up, those are tools. These tools are not just part of my day-to-day work. They represent the foundation of a modern, efficient, and collaborative QA strategy for every team. So if you are looking to adopt modern testing practices to help also test engineers to become the new test engineers, this toolbox and the mindset behind it is a great place to start. As test engineer, we need to prepare for a ever-evolving future. Here are some 3 key areas to focus on. Adaptability, so stay open to learning new tools, frameworks, and methodologies, because the landscape is constantly changing, and being adaptable ensures you remain relevant in the industry. Proactivity, because we don't want to wait for challenges to arise, we want to anticipate trends such as AI-driven testing or new possible development paradigms. So be prepared to integrate them into our workflow can become handy for us. And also don't forget to networking, so build connections with other professionals. Collaboration and shared learning can expose you and us to learn new ideas, tools, and opportunities to improve our work. So also, we can say that testing can be chaotic, because we know that we have tight deadlines, complex systems, and constant changes to our system. So find peace amid the chaos is really important. So really 3 points: take care of yourself, maintain a healthy balance, and see challenges as opportunities, because every obstacle is a chance to learn and grow. Embrace challenges as opportunities to improve processes and outcomes. And by focusing on this principle, we can maintain an healthy mindset and continue delivering high quality results. And yes, here are some resources I really highly recommend to you for continuing your learning journey. So we have QA Roadmap, that is a structured path to grow yourself in the QA world. Test Automation University that has some free courses on test automation, covering tools and strategies that I have mentioned before. Ministry of Testing, that is a vibrant community of QA professionals with events and discussions and also courses as well. Playwright, that is a modern tool for UI automation, and we mentioned it earlier. I really recommend you to take a look at their website and try it in your project. And 4D Tested is actually an event that I have organized together with Davide, that is the organizer of l'Oracolo del Test. This is a community in Italy about testing. So if you want to come to Italy and speak for this event, you can check out the website link as well. I really encourage you to explore these resources and share your expertise within the QA community as well. Also, one of my colleagues, Aska, has written this really cool article about how to integrate AI into your QA processes. So if you have some minutes to spend, this is the best way, in my opinion, to read this fantastic blog. And also, I really recommend to you to read these 3 fantastic books. One is How Google Tests Software, that really has changed my opinion on testing and in some of the practical way that I organize things in companies. As well, Buddha in Testing, that helped me out to understand that sometimes we need to take a break. We need to take and consider some things in other ways to stay well and good with ourselves. And also a really good book that is called Full Stack Testing by Garati Mohan, that really takes every aspect of testing and gives you an idea on how to do that. So just really 3 fast takeaways that I want to give to you. One is that the role of the test engineer is evolving, as we have said during this talk. And in my opinion, it will continue evolving during the years. So now that we have AI that is generating really a lot of content in the web and also the code, it's really important for us to have the skills to check if the generated code and content have the quality, right? So in my opinion, we are going to an era that lets us to be much more important because a lot of code is generated, and the skills to check if the code that is generated is have the quality is really important. So QAs, in my opinion, will arise during these years. Also, it's important to leverage new technologies because tools like AI, also Playwright, K6, Maestro, and other ones are really changing the industry. So it's important to try out new tools and technologies, and also communicate the value of testing to your boss, to your company, because as I said before, if you don't invest in quality, like hiring specialized people or just buying the right tools or just having the right mindset, can't allows you to have quality in your projects. So thank you for being part of these sessions. I really love to connect with all of you. So you can find here with this QR code my Linktree profile where you can follow my work, engage in conversation about testing, or even reach out with questions or collaborations. Whether you're looking to discuss about testing, explore career opportunities, or just say hi, I'm always happy to connect. Thank you again for being part of this session, and to Geekle to giving me the opportunity to speak about the new test engineer role at QA Global Summit 2025. Look forward to staying in touch with you, and bye.
And yep, thank you very much. Really nice talk with high energy. And yeah, thank you for questions. Let me see yeah, we have comments from Ludovico, and yep, let's go for the next speaker, which is Andres Sacco, our dear friend. He speaks a lot on different conferences, and really nice talk about uh, harnessing randomness, data faker, and instancio in test data generation. Really nice and deep talk. Let's learn it.
Hello everyone and welcome to this talk. Perhaps the title sounds funny for you, but the problem behind the scenes it's not funny. Let me introduce me first. My name is Andres Saco. I work as developer since 2007 using different languages. Most of them are connected with the JVM like Kotlin, Scala, and Java, and many others. I participate as technical reviewer on different editorial or publisher. They send me a manuscript about a chapter or a book, and the idea is that I provide some feedback in order to improve the quality. I wrote some books, I create some theoretical practical scenarios, some of them appear on the presentation, and I participate as a speaker on different conferences. One important thing, you have my contact information, my LinkedIn, my email, and my GitHub, so if you have any doubts, any question after this presentation, please contact me. I will try to help you as soon as possible. Okay, let me introduce in the context of the problem. So you work in a company, you have a complex application, and at some point you need to create some test. But you have multiple scenarios with tons of different objects. So you need to populate a lot of variables with different values to create a specific scenario of test. And this implies that you take too much time to do it, because one thing is just populate or put a value for a variable. It's okay, you take some seconds or minutes. But imagine that you have, I don't know, 40, 50 attributes that must follow some rules. It's now a simple situation. In some cases, it's not necessary that you populate all these attributes with some specific value. It's like, okay, just send something in order that some specific part of the application pass and nothing more. But in another ones, you need to send some specific values, okay? For example, the name only accept alphanumeric characters, or you need to set the birthday of someone. Okay, the date need to be in the past. It's not possible to put in the future. So some rules must follow. Here are some examples. You only need to define some attributes. In another ones, it's not necessary to populate everything. It's like put something in an object. In another ones, it's like put a value, a random value, without with any kind of criteria. And the last one is, okay, you need to put some information into an object and with real values. As I mentioned, the first name, the last name, and document number, document type, and the birthday. This kind of attributes must follow some rules. And which are the problems associated with this kind of things? Well, first one, you need to know all the constraints about each attribute. So you need to know that the birthday need to have or must have a date in the past. The last name need to have, I don't know, only alphanumeric characters. An airport must follow this pattern. And with that, a lot of things that you need to have in your mind and remember for all the cases. If you don't follow this rule, in some cases it could produce false positives. So if you don't set everything, perhaps some validation passed instead to fail, or vice versa. And if you don't set everything and you don't create or write the assertion for that attribute, your test have a less quality than other ones. This implies that you need to set the values for all the attributes. If you do manually, as I showed you in the previous slide, you need to put the value in all the objects. And everything is okay at the beginning, because if you have only to write one test, everything is okay. But imagine that you have, I don't know, 50 tests or 100 tests to create. And most of these have the same structure or the same attributes. So you need to write this code many times. And if something is bad when you populate all these attributes, you need to replicate the change across many other places. It's not just, okay, I modify one place and everything is okay. No, I need to modify a lot of tests and assertions. So which alternative exists to fix this in some way? Well, first one, it's like, okay, on each test you declare everything, all the attributes. But on the other hand, you have a lot of duplicate code. So if something changes, you need to duplicate the change across all your tests. In another solution, you have the possibility to put all the random values, all the attributes that you need to follow in some class or file or something like that. So you use this file or this method to generate all the objects. You generate one time and you use across many test cases. But again, you need to remember all the rules. You need to remember everything and create all the values. And the last one, it's like using a library. You delegate to a library or a set of libraries the definition of the values. And it's like, okay, it's your responsibility to create all the objects, all the attributes that I need to send to my test, and populate with some random values. In some cases could be random values without any criteria. In another ones with some sense. It's like, okay, I need a valid name, a valid last name, a valid birthday, I don't know, a valid airport name or something like that. So which libraries exist to solve this kind of problem? Well, the first one is Data Faker. The second one is Instancio, Random, and JQuick. There are other alternatives. All these alternatives are associated with the JVM. Data Faker have another library or similar. It's like a brother or sister on .NET, which is Data Faker Net, which have the same ability. So let me introduce about the difference or a comparative between the old alternatives. All of them are well documented, have a good documentation on the official website, explain everything about how you can use it, how you can indicate in the case that something is bad or report something that it's not okay or a possible improvement. Have a big community of users, so most of the people use this library and have like books, articles, or talks in different conferences are Data Faker and Instancio. The other ones are less popular, have the possibility to generate random values, follow some kind of generator. In this case, Data Faker and Instancio both had the possibility to generate random values. Reduce the complexity to generate objects. The winners are again Data Faker and Instancio to do it. It's simple to generate a tree of objects or just an object with tons of attributes and populate all the attributes with some kind of value. Here you have a winner. Data Faker provide you the possibility to create your own generator. I don't know, you want to create a generator or something like that about, I don't know, the actors of the Harry Potter's movie, for example. And you can create this kind of generator of random values. Support multiple languages in the case that you need to have attributes with the in Spanish or in English or in different languages, Data Faker provides support to do it. You can indicate the locate to the library, and the library generates random values according to this locate for you. Okay, so we have a problem, which is the possible solution to solve all our problems. The first one is Instancio. It's possible to create and populate objects in a simple way. You have simple generator values. Simple is like these attributes accept only numbers. Okay, I will create random values for these attributes. These attributes accept a string of everything, so I can put random values for this string. It's possible in some cases to define a regex. Okay, I need that in this string only have alphanumeric characters or only numeric characters. So you have the possibility to define a regex to do it. It's possible to handle collections, inheritance, and cycle dependencies. And it's simple to integrate with other testing libraries like JUnit and many others. And it's open source, so have regular updates, and most of the community use Data Faker and Instancio as an alternative to create random values. So if you have any doubts, you can go to Stack Overflow and ask to someone. A lot of people try to help you. Let me show you some example with Instancio. Here it's the first one. It's the passenger. And as I show you, the first part show all the attributes that I set manually. And in the case here, it's like I need to create an object of passenger, populate all the attributes. And in some cases, I want that to indicate some things. Okay, generate the document number with a pattern of 8-digit numbers, or the birthday need to have this passenger must have between 18 and 99 age. So you can create random values for this. It's more simple to understand instead to set all these attributes. Another alternative, it's like, okay, create this one, and this only create the object without any kind of pattern. And another one, which for me it's totally unnecessary because it's similar to the first one. You only generate a random value for the document number, but the other ones have a specific value. This approach is especially useful when you need that some attribute must have some specific value, and the other ones for you it's not relevant. So imagine that you want that the first name need to be this one, or the document type need to be with a specific value, and the other ones for you are not relevant. So the way to set one value and keep the other ones with random, it's this one. Okay, which are another possible solution for this problem? Because I show you Instancio, let me show you Data Faker. Data Faker provide or give you more than 200 providers. You can create your own generator, as I mentioned. You can create a provider, or each provider give you some random values according some rules. For example, you can create a I don't know, the winners of the Oscar, for say something, or the players that play on some specific match on the World Cup. I don't know, any kind of rules. You can define your own generators. It's possible to transform into different formats from one format to another one. It's simple to manipulate collection in the case that you need to create a list or a collection of attributes with some specific criteria. As I show you on Instancio, you can define a pattern expression to populate some specific values, and it's open source and have regular update. Let me show you some examples. Here on the left, you have my previous example, and I indicate everything. And in the right side, you have the same with data faker. I indicate that first name need to have a first name. So this create for me a random first name, the same do with the last name. In the case of document type, I put a specific value. The document number, I indicate that need to be only numeric values with 8 digits. And the same I could do with the birthday. And in the case of passengers, with the price, I could say, okay, I need a number and with some criteria. And for me, it's totally valid. It's the same. You can do it this or manually or use random, but it's an alternative to do it. So let me show you how use this in a real project. Here is the repository. You can download. Here you have two different branches, main and final. Main contain the base code, and final contain all the modification to use this library. Here is a README file with all the explanation. So let me show you something. This is my repository. I will load this directory with my project, my Java project. Let me show you. Okay, here is a POM file, nothing strange, and I have all these this unit test. Let me show you, and I have this class with all the information instantiated, and I put random values manually. And here I have a lot of variables. I put this one, but in some cases I need to know all these rules, and in some cases it's not necessary. So let me show the first thing that we can do. The first is use Instancio. So I will include here the dependency Instancio, which works directly with JUnit. I add on the POM file. The POM file contains all the dependencies that my project, my application use. This is a Java application, but you can use it on Kotlin, for example. And here I have one test which not have any kind of attributes. Here I have a lot of duplicate code. In some cases I don't put nothing. So it's so strange, because if I need to change, for example, I don't know, the last name I put numeric values. I know this is not okay for us, but it's related that I need to duplicate code for a lot of parts. So let me show you the first thing. It's should fail when passenger list is empty. Here is empty, but look this attribute not contain any kind of valid value. So here we have a problem. I need to send an itinerary or this kind of object with valid value. It's not possible to send or to do this, because this attribute or this class inside have all these attributes, all this information with null values. It's not a correct scenario. So if I need to follow the same approach on Instancio, a possible way to do it is, okay, I will to create or instantiate a class, an object, using Instancio, and set all these attributes. Not all of them, but in some cases I put some specific values. If in the future this class have more values, the new attributes will contain random values. So if I don't do this, let's imagine that I do this. If I do this, all the other attributes inside here will contain random values. Only the carrier will contain some valid value, or this value. Another thing that I need to create is, of course, an itinerary. I will use the same Instancio and use the set of Instancio to populate all the attributes. And I will do the same with reservation. And instead, this one, I will replace with this. Okay, why I will do this? Because this will take more time to do it. Let's check what happened. Okay, I will show you. This is my reservation. Passengers is empty, and the itinerary contains something. The segment, and look this, the origin have a random value, the destination contain a random value, departure random value, arrival random value, carrier AA. So I don't indicate the other values. I delegate to Instancio to put something inside of these attributes. I know that the origin is not valid, but for us, it's okay because I only need that the test passed. Well, in this case, I need to change something to pass or fail. What else I can do? Well, I can do the same here on this. Instead to this reservation, these passengers and everything here, I will replace. I only declare the last name, the first name, and put all these attributes. Again, if you want to simplify this process, it's not necessary that you set all the attributes. And of course, here I have another one, but for testing purpose for keep simple, I do the same. I have this attributes, or I simplify the process using this set. It's not necessary that you set everything. And now, okay, one of the tests failed, but could be related with some modifications. Yes, I remember. I need to indicate something. I need to change something on the DTO here. I need to add a validation reservation here. It's for this. Sorry, I forgot to fix the source code here. Okay, this is with Instancio. Let me show you quickly with data faker. Data faker. I will add the data faker here, and I will reload my Maven project to show you the benefits of using this. You remember that we have all this or this class or this piece of source code, we generate random values. And it's okay, but I need to put the name, the last name, a document number, a document type, locate. And in all of the cases, the birthday, it's the same. So to generate some random values, a good way to do it is I will declare here the data faker. And instead to put this, I will say data faker, and I will declare name. And here I have tons of methods. First name, female first name, male first name. In my case, it's okay. I only need to declare or put a valid name. It's okay for me if it's a female or a male. It's the same. Okay, I have the last name and the first name. And for the document type, it's not a good alternative that put for all of them the same document type. So a possible way to do it is indicate, okay, I will declare for Faker these options. So when this piece of source code run, will decide from this option, or this option with a random decision. The other one, it's create some random values using 8 digits. And the last one, it's I want to declare or create a birthday. So Faker have this method, call it date, and you could indicate this is a birthday using the local time to local date. Great. And we show this one with random values, and you can do the same with this in this part of the segment. Remember that the origin and destinations have some kind of rules. In this case, I want that to indicate that need to have 3 characters. And in this one, I will create some random values, some random airports, and in this one, an airlines. So you have a lot of different data fakers. Here it's more simple to understand. So I create a method that generates everything to me, and using this faker with random values. Well, what else? Well, if I run all the reservation services, this one is a class with test. Using this data faker, everything must work, continue working, everything is okay. Behind the scenes, this one, use this code that I create with data faker. Let me show you something at the end. Let me create a directory here or a package with the name common. And inside I will show you 2 different features which are interesting. Imagine that you need to create some kind of JSON object for send to a specific endpoint to create an integration test or something like that. So you have the possibility to define a schema, okay? I want to create a JSON with these attributes. And inside of this JSON structure, I want to use data faker to populate the JSON. So it's possible to combine both features, to define a schema of a JSON file or a CSV file, and delegate to data faker the create or populate with some attributes. So if I run this quickly, you have here a JSON with, or an array with all the structure of a JSON and with a tons of information. And the same here with a CSV. Okay, let me run this and show you which are the possible providers that exist. I create a simple test to show you that you have the possibility to define the last name, first name, some attributes related with the address, attributes related with the company, with the dates, with some internet things, phone numbers, aviation, entertainment, and it's simple to use it. It's like faker.name or faker address or faker city or faker company or fake job. So it's verbose for us to understand what we do on each case. Let me summarize the idea of the talk. Some best practices. Use the right tool. Not in all the cases you need to use Instancio or data faker. Perhaps if you only need to define some random values in most of the cases and you don't have any kind of validation on your source code, it's okay. You can use Instancio and everything, it's okay. If the information that you need to populate on the attributes must follow some rules and you need to have some real values, perhaps data faker is the correct option. Consider the location. In most of the cases, some attributes depend or need to have or have some attributes depending on the location. In this case, I use the location on English. Perhaps if you need to indicate that the locates must or the values of the attributes need to be in Spanish, for example, or in Chinese, are possible alternatives. Use the random or the correct generator. There are tons of generators to define some attributes on data faker, so it's simple to find one. If not, create your own generator. Optimize the repeat calls to use a string. In the case of data faker or Instancio, it's possible to indicate, okay, on this collection I need to create 10 different values or an array with 10 different values. It's possible. Not generate everything. At some point, you need to define some values. Perhaps this particular attribute, I need to define a value, and the other ones must have random values. So you need to define a criteria to do it. And document your decisions, okay? Why I put this generator or why I put this specific value instead to use the generator. Some additional resources. Here are some books related with testing, with the strategy to define some attributes, and some blogs connected with testing. So this is everything. Thank you for assist to this talk, and if you have any doubts, any question, just contact me. Bye.
Right. Thank you very much. And I see Andres on my backstage, and let me just invite the guy here. Hello, Andres. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. I'm excited. Thank you for bringing kind of some coding in our conference, because it was more slide oriented. Thank you for data generation talk, and yeah, we're waiting for more speakers to join our Q&A session. Meanwhile, maybe you could share more about why is this topic important for you, or why, when actually on what project you met this problem, and yeah, maybe here.
Okay. I explained the generators in the case of unit test, but you can use in many other purposes. For example, I use when I create a new API and I need to return a mock. I define the endpoint, but I don't have the data and I need to generate random values. So I can use the data faker, which provide me real values as part of the response. And also related with the testing, you can use with Karate. Karate is a test framework that you can use for integration test or end-to-end. So you can combine with this in the case that you want to check some random scenarios. For example, okay, I want to do a get by ID, and I know that the ID is a UID. So instead to send a UID, I could generate autonumeric values, but randomly, to check if the API return not found 404. So this is extremely useful because I not spend a lot of time thinking, okay, which is the rule about an airline or a country or a string or a name, because in most of the cases the first name of the user or the client is test and the last name is test, because or mine, I put always my name because I it's okay. I delegate everything to the tool, to the library, and say generate for me. I don't want to think about the values of these attributes. So for that reason, I start to use Data Faker on many other things.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this. And maybe you remember any, I don't know, fun cases or fun stuff with generated data. I can imagine some of the cases, but yeah, maybe you have one.
At the beginning, I don't know all the different providers that exist with Data Faker. So at the beginning, I started using the most common, like string. I detect that some endpoints not check the length of the first name. Yeah, so you can pass too long string, and the resource was created successfully on the database and was this is not okay. You don't have a name with 100 characters. It's not possible. And yeah, but it was because I don't know all the providers, because if I know the providers, perhaps I choose, okay, this value have or generate for me a first name or a name instead to generate a random value. Was like a bug that I detect, but I don't want to discover these kind of things. So
sure.
This kind of library, you need to spend too much time finding all the providers, because new release appear time to time and appear a lot of different generators. Of course, you can create a merge request and share with others your providers. I don't know, the providers of the code of the books or something that is general. There is one related with the characters of Harry Potter. What is the purpose of this faker or this generator? I don't know, but there is one.
Fun stuff. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. And yeah, nice story and some advices at the same time. And I feel like this question is aligns with your story actually. Um, how to make sure that generated data meets business logic of the project.
Okay. In most of the cases, you need to know the business. You need to know more or less the business rule. In my case, for example, I know that the code of the airports or the cities must have 3 different characters. So I could indicate to Data Faker, like, generate for me following this regex random, if in the case that not exist a provider, because in most of the cases exist a provider. So you say airlines or aviation airlines or countries, address, and most of these are real information. Behind the scenes, most of these providers have a file with all the different values. So are real, but choose with some algorithm one of these values. But you need to know the business. If some of these rules it's not okay for you, you need to modify the generator. But the only way it's you need to know the endpoint, the request and the response, or the business logic that you want to test. There is not magic or something like that.
Right. Okay. Know your business. Right.
No, you business.
And the next question is, yeah, it doesn't seem like two other speakers are connecting, so we'll proceed with these questions. Okay. How to validate generated data across multiple languages in Geo for global apps? Uh-huh.
Okay, this is so complex. In the case that you want to check for multiple languages if everything is okay or not, on JUnit you have the possibility. This is JUnit is a library on Java. You have the possibility to parameterize the test, so you can indicate the list of locates that you want to test, and this test will execute many times. So imagine that you want to check on Spanish, English, French, and Italian. You can define the list of locates under the declaration of the test, and JUnit execute 4 times. And you can pass these parameters on and data faker to generate random values considering that language or that location. So this is the possible way to solve it, at least on Java, Scala, and Kotlin. Most of the languages are part of the GIBM. The other ones, I don't know in .NET, because data faker have an alternative on .NET, but I don't know how you can do it.
All right, and next question is, how do you ensure the reusability of data generation configurations across teams? Is it even possible?
You can use, if you use the same library of the same version, you can import, depending if most of your company use Java. Imagine that in your company, the middle of the teams use .NET or use Node.js. It's not possible because there is just the library on Java. So here you have a problem. There is not a silver bullet that solves all the problems. But in the case that you use Java, you can use the same version of the library. You can import, or in Kotlin, and everything works. The main problem is the version number. If you import the same version number, you have the same feature.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. And I see the question in the chat. I see our speaker Faraz Malak in chat. He's answering, but in some reason he doesn't join us here. Anyway, I see the question saying, "Can I automate test case documentation?" I'm not sure if it's to you, Andres, but maybe you have any considerations here.
If you want, the question is how I can automatize the test, more or less, or because I miss.
I'm just copying it here. Yeah, and yeah, this one.
Okay, this is a this is a common problem when you create too many tests. And yeah, add the comments, add the documentation. I think the best way to do it is during the creation of each test. But in most of the cases, it's not possible because you have a lot of legacy tests. And in this case, I prefer to use a tool that most of the people that are watching this QA know it, ChatGPT. So I pass some part, or use Copilot. It's more or less the same. You say, give me the explanation of this, and I add as a comment at the beginning of the test. Because if it's not, you spend too much time to do it. Of course, if I create the test, I add the documentation manually, I add the explanation. But if I have tests that someone create, I don't know, 2 years ago, I don't know. I don't want to spend, I don't know, an entire week adding the documentation for 100 tests.
Right.
It's not make sense for me. Of course,
Absolutely.
if you have some legal restrictions about share the code, but if it's something that it's not necessary show how you encrypt the credit cards or something like that, it is something common, try to use the AI tools.
Right. And documentation tool is one of tools we are working in Geekle AI Labs, and I hope we will soon present something, some solution for that. It's a small spoiler. I cannot share anything more for now. And the last question to you, Andres: what are the best practices for integrating data generation tools into CI/CD pipeline? Wow.
Whoa.
Do you have any ideas here?
No, I think it's the same because it's depending of the type of test. But for JUnit, it's the same idea that I show you. In the case that you want to use in integration test or API testing with Karate or something like that, perhaps you can define like a number of tests or the number of iterations that you want to execute. You can define, I don't know, a data table or something like that with all the location or with all the use case and define which values you want to auto-generate. But for the running of the different type of tests, need to be or could be the same that you run locally on your machine. Of course, in most of the cases, you don't have the source code. But if you integrate as part of a JUnit, it's the same. There is not a big difference between the different environments.
Thank you very much for answering our questions and joining us for the Q&A session. I'm thanking you for your time and dedication and being involved speaker, the Geekle community. Thanks to all other speakers who shared their knowledge, and thanks to audience. Thank you for your questions. I see lots of comments and discussions in chat. That's great. And now we done for this blog. Thank you very much, Andros.
Thank you to everyone, and thank you again for provide these talks, this conference to share the knowledge with tons of different people.
I'm happy to do that. Okay, people. Now we're heading to the break, and yeah, next session is gonna be about our non-technical QAs are an extinct race. Some kind of philosophy here. Let's hear it out, but after the break in I guess 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, let's do it. The quick break is over. I had my lunch. I hope you all had too, and we're moving on. Nice, easy, vibey atmosphere with nice speakers and nice use cases. Luis Rasmussen are non-technical QAs and extinct race. Nice considerations. Let's hear him out.
Hi guys, and thank you for tuning in to this presentation. I hope you're all enjoying the day very much and already had a lot of great speaks and inspiring conversations with each other. I have been looking so much forward to coming here today, so I hope that you guys will stay tuned for my little presentation here and join the Q&A session at the end as well. So I'm hoping that we can get a lot of great conversations and discussions after this speak is done. I have decided just to make a little bit of an objective, or at least to write down an expected outcome of this talk that I have prepared for you guys today. So you can expect to have some insights into how my role has changed throughout the years. I'm also going to give you some reflections on how I have changed and how I have changed my professional capabilities in order to keep myself relevant when working with QA. And then I'm hoping that we can get some dialogue and learning and good discussions at the end of this session. So again, I hope that you guys will stay tuned for that. First, let me just start by introducing myself very briefly. My name is Louise. I'm from Denmark in Jutland. I live just outside Aarhus in a very small city with my husband and our 2 kids. They are 18 and 14. Play a lot of football, both my boys and my husband, and with that also means that I spend a lot of time watching a lot of football and driving to a lot of football matches. So I just follow along and I really enjoy it. I have been working with test and quality assurance for almost 18 years now. I started as a manual tester in a big test team that was completely decoupled from the development team, and I will get back to that as well, in a big telecommunication company. Then moved to being a test manager and moved from there into Recommerce, where the QA title started popping up. So instead of tester, I became a QA engineer. And from there, I became a QA lead, and now I am head of QA. Been that in both the fintech company recently, and then 4 months ago, I joined Autoproof here in Denmark, and as head of QA, and I'm very much enjoying the road ahead for Autoproof. So let me start just also by introducing Autoproof a little bit. I'm not going to spend that much time on it, but Autoproof is a part of AutoScout 24. We are B2B auction for car dealers. We are in AutoScout or Autoproof about 160 people. Most of them are located in Vejle in southern Jutland, but we have offices all around Europe, and we have car auctions all over Europe. I work in product and technology, where we are a bit more than 40 people right now. We work in autonomous squads in 3 different spaces, as we call them. We have a buyer space, a seller space, and then we also have an empowering space that's kind of a bit broader, enabling functions. So that's basically just a little bit about Autoproof as well. And I also just wanted to show you a little bit how we're working in Autoproof. So we are moving away from the central QA team into team ownership and QA engineers as enablers. I think that's actually becoming the normal in many places right now. So we have 6 squads in Autoproof, and we are 2 QA engineers. Me and one of my colleagues. I am not technical at all. I cannot participate in very technical discussions, but my colleague Tom can, and he does. We are focusing very much on coaching and facilitating and leading by example. So the squads have the ownership, but they have us as kind of experts into our area, and they use us as good ambassadors and as the experts whenever they need us. So it's kind of like the team decide actually when to use us, but we also sometimes decide that the teams actually need us, and then we force ourselves a little bit into some good conversations, and that is working extremely well in Autoproof. So I'm very much looking forward to see where we can take this journey and where we can go with this. But only been here for 4 months now, but so far it's been nice and fun and really exciting to join this team. They are extremely capable, and they have also greeted me with open arms, so I'm really appreciative for that. So I think my kind of personal journey kind of reflects the industry a little bit. I started 18 years ago as a software tester in a test team, completely decoupled from development, but I had very clear goals and very concrete tasks. So my kind of job description was writing test plans and test cases and mapping all the test cases to the functional requirements, doing a lot of manual testing, being the executing part of it, and also doing the defect management and making sure that if we had bugs and defects, that those were prioritized, being a part of the go, no-go conversations, but also being kind of the last brick in the puzzle, that you had like these huge projects, and then you had like maybe a week or two, if you were lucky, to do all the testing and do a report from that, and then decide on how does this look and where are we. So that it was actually very concrete, and it was very structured, and it was very nice, and it was a nice, easy way to actually get started in this profession, I think. Then we started moving a little bit more into good quality is more than just testing. So we went agile, or I joined a company that was agile. They worked in the Scrum team, and we were not just testers anymore. We were so much more. We were shifting a lot of left, and we were talking a lot of early testing, and we were talking exploratory testing, and we were putting more and more responsibility of the testing into a team effort, but something that the QA engineer was actually responsible for and also accountable for, but not always the executing part, but being part of the team, being very close to the developers, talking to them every day, and kind of understanding also what does a day look like for a developer in a team like this, and then being part of all the different team activities that you had in a Scrum team. So completely full-blown member of a development team. Pretty new for me, pretty exciting for me. Role still pretty clear. We had like a QA column on the Scrum board, and at some point we decided, oh, let's go really bold and remove that, and see that the QA and the testing part is not something you estimate outside the task. It's actually something that's a part of the task and something that we do together. So we had a lot of really good conversations. Role still being pretty clear, but also being a little bit more difficult to actually measure or figuring out if I was responsible for it, or if it was the team, or actually being able to be sick or take a break, and then the team could still move on if they were in a critical test phase, because they knew my thoughts and I have prepared a lot of things before that. And then kind of moving a little bit further into this, talking about QA as an enabling team, we decided to move into the squad methodology, and we were moving way more ahead of the autonomous squads and being kind of self-owned, and the teams deciding and taking responsibility for everything within their area of responsibility. QA became a bit more QA is in everything we do. How can we then limit it to something that's a role description, moving very much away from what I would call traditional testing activities, moving way more into facilitating stakeholder management, teaching other people, making sure that I spoke very highly about my mindset, and it was up to the team to actually decide if they wanted to use my good advice. And so there was kind of a bit of a mandate that was actually taken away from the shoulders of the QAs and put on into the team as a team decision. So the job description became a little bit more difficult to describe, but that also meant that it was a bit more difficult to actually figure out if I'd reached my goals, and if I if someone decided to pursue new opportunities, how would we write a job description where we didn't really know what the concrete jobs were, other than support the team, make sure we deliver good quality, make sure that we have some processes that we follow, and stuff like that. And I have also moved into as a manager and as a head of taking responsibility for some of those processes. So, for example, incident management is something that I spend a lot of time with, because that rhymes with quality and everything we do. If bugs or mistakes actually slip out to the customers, how do we then react quickly and make sure we stop the bleeding? But also making sure that our daily lives, in terms of service desk and everything regarding how can our colleagues from outside product and tech reach out to us if there's something wrong, or if they see something they would like to change. So more being process owners than actually task owners, I think is probably a bit more in the direction that I would say. But the job description is way more difficult. I worked in a fintech company before I joined Autoprof. And when you are in the banking industry, quality is also in regulations. It's in requirements from the governments, and it's in visits from the FSAs and stuff like that. So there's so much more in a role that has something to do with QA, depending on the industry that you are in as well. So it's getting more difficult, and I can actually, at least for myself, for a period, it's kind of starting all over again, multiple times. It's not the same job anymore at all. And I actually also think that it's different profiles that these jobs is actually targeted against. I think you can evolve with them, and you can move into them, as many of us have probably done. But some of the things that I kind of decided to do, and I saw where we were going. We had a lot of conversations when I was in a very big American company. We had a lot of conversations when we started moving in this direction, taking away the more concrete tasks and being a little bit more of an enabling team. Are we losing our jobs? Are we just teaching everybody else everything we know so they can do without us at some point? And that's kind of a not that nice thought, also because a lot of the things that we used to do manually, suddenly when we push it to the teams, they want to automate it. And I'm not technical at all, and I'm, to be completely honest, I don't have the interest, so I didn't really want to go in that direction. But I still decided to reflect, is this the business that I want to be in? Then I have to change alongside the job descriptions that I met with. So I think the most important thing that I did was change my mindset, changing the mindset of going from something structured to something unstructured. I think the image kind of illustrated pretty nicely. Both things are kind of cool looking and can be really beautiful depending on your profile. I started looking very much into online coaching courses, and I started actually also getting better in my professional testing capabilities. So I started educating myself. It's very difficult to learn something if you're not completely sure what it's all about. And it's so much easier to be able to facilitate good conversations, or to be able to teach a good test design technique if you master it. And I kind of had to build up my own self-esteem in my own profession enough so I knew that no matter what questions I was asked, I had the answer. So I started actually really educating myself, both in terms of test design techniques and coaching and how to facilitate and doing risk assessments and how to facilitate really good testing sessions with teams, how to do exploratory testing in a structured way. So I started off facilitating things that I knew and that I was very comfortable in, with people I was comfortable with. So I kind of built up my own self-esteem, and then yeah, as time moved on, I became more and more actually enjoying facilitating a lot of things. So I also started facilitating workshops and OKR sessions and quarterly goals and a lot of other things as well. And I took on daily management responsibilities, not only for QA engineers, but also for developers, because that was a good way for me to actually also push my mindset into the teams. I actually, for a very short period, decided to move into engineering manager role, but I was only there for like 4 or 5 months or something, because I kind of felt like I'm not done with exploring being a QA. So I decided to move back into that profession, and I know that I want to work with QA, and I still think it's very important. And I think it's very important that we keep believing we have some capabilities that doesn't just come out of the box. If you are a product manager, or if you're a designer, or if you're an engineer, there are still some things that needs to be thought of and said in a different way. And we need to have those mindsets and capabilities in the teams if we want to deliver great software and good products to the teams. So I'm working very closely with the product and design people, but also stakeholders outside of the team as well. So I kind of like kept on educating myself and believing there is a spot for me here. If you take away a QA engineer in a team, that can be fine for a period, but if nobody is there to remind the teams, then at some point, what if they forget? So I've also just thought a lot about, are we becoming redundant? And I had a lot of conversations with good colleagues about this. The teams are moving into more, you build it, you own it, you run it. It's your responsibility. You decide when you do that. And there's a lot of engineers. They want to automate more, and they don't want to do less manual execution. So we all know that that is good, but I don't have those capabilities. But I actually also think that it's very, very good to have ambassadors for all the good conversations, making sure that we don't just automate everything, but that we actually sit down and make a strategy, talk about where do we want to go with this, what is our goals, why do we want to automate this, why is it important, do the risk assessments and practice all these kind of good practices, talking about where do we test things and where do we monitor things and how do we learn from our failures and all these kind of things. I think if nobody has that kind of responsibility or that hat, it can easily be forgotten in a busy daily job. So we need these ambassadors, and we are moving faster and faster. We do want to go quick to market, and we want to bring value to the users very fast. But it's very important that we have someone who can kind of make sure that we talk, what are the good quality metrics here? What are the risks that we are facing? And make sure that the teams actually know before they take that risk on themselves, because they own the product, but they have to do it on an informed basis. And that is where I think we can definitely help. So I don't think of us as an old unused car that's just standing there and fading away. I actually think that we are not redundant, and we won't be. And I kind of had a bit of a funny discussion with some of my colleagues from Autoscout, from other platforms as well, when I decided to do this talk, and we talked about why are we so scared of being redundant. And actually, one of my colleagues from Germany, who is an automated test expert, he said he has the same fear because the technology is moving so fast right now. Who says that his jobs can't be taken over by AI? And then you need people like me that maybe don't have the technical experience that he has, but can actually make sure that we can put in all the right information to take all the right decisions. So we need all of us. I think it's very important for me that we kind of stop the discussions about is there room for us? Do we still need us? Why do we have to keep learning everybody else all the stuff that we can do and took us time to do, and we're proud of this profession? Why do we need to learn other people this? Well, we do, and it's not because that that we are putting ourselves out of a job. It's just to make even better software and be even better at working together, I think. So I think the question about are we becoming redundant has been a part of my network for more than 10 years now, and we are still here, most of us, luckily. And I think those that aren't, maybe it's their own decision. I decided to move in another direction, and there can be a lot of stories about that, but the industry is changing, and I think so should we. And I think we just need to kind of embrace that. The need for speed is getting higher and higher, and so should the need for good quality practices. So that's why you guys need us, and we need each other. What's now then? Are we? Is there room for all of us, or do we all have a space? And I know this drawing is a little bit weird. I don't see people who can code as robots, and I definitely don't see people like me, like dinosaurs. But it is like two different worlds. Can we actually combine them? I think we can, and we need to do that. We need to work together, and we cannot automate everything, and we need to discuss things. And as long as there is software being built by people, we need people to discuss what is good quality, what is our measurements, what do we settle for, how much do we want our customers to find themselves, and how much do we want to find before we release things. So we need all of us, but we need to keep changing, and we need to be relevant. Developers need to test, yes, but nonetheless, I hope I'm not making some stupid assumptions here, but at least I have met a couple of developers who don't think testing is that sexy. So we need to be there in order to make it a bit more sexy and make it a bit more fun and make them see the value of it and why they need to be thinking in these directions. So in my opinion, there's room for all of us, and I definitely don't see the world changing that fast that there won't be. And I guess that's kind of basically just what I wanted to say with this conversation. I've been working with, as I said, quality and testing for 18 years, and I think more than half of that time I've been afraid of losing my job or losing my relevance, or the world changing so fast that I cannot keep up. It hasn't happened yet, and I don't see that in the future right now, luckily, because I really love working with testing and quality assurance and everything in between. So I hope that you guys do as well, and I hope that you guys will keep on being the good ambassadors for our profession. And I hope that you guys could maybe use just a little bit of some of the stuff that I've been saying today to reflect on your own journey moving on from here. And I hope that you guys will stay tuned and keep on working as the awesome QA engineers and developers that you guys are. So that was basically just what I had on my mind right now. Thank you so much for your time. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you will stay tuned for some Q&A sessions afterwards. And just want to say thank you so much. I really enjoyed speaking again. It's been a while. So I hope I wasn't too shaky or too rusty. But I hope that you guys enjoyed, and I'm looking so much forward to hearing some questions and some good comments, and maybe have some good conversations after this session. Thank you so much, and have a really great day. And thank you to everybody jumping in.
Thank you very much to Karen for this great talk. So inspiring to hear the person who loves their profession, who still see the perspectives and the bright future. It's so nice. Of course, more questions to the speaker, more chances to win the tomorrow's ticket to the senior day. And yeah, we keep going. And the next one is Ramnit Bahita, and we will be listening to scaling quality assurance in modern web services, a case study from Netflix. Well, big brand, some intrigue. Let's learn it.
Hi everyone, welcome to the QA Global Summit 2025. My name is Ramneet and I'm a senior software engineer at Netflix. Today I will be talking about scaling quality assurance in modern web services. So I will be sharing some specific strategies that we can use to effectively scale QA. And I will also be talking about some of the best practices that we use at Netflix. So let's get started. Now, before we get to the strategies, let's first talk about why is scaling quality assurance important. Now, we all know that modern web services operate in a highly distributed and complex ecosystem, where we see massive scale, wherein millions of concurrent users are interacting with the systems. There can be high system complexity coming from back-end distributed microservices architectures with interdependent components. And systems have rapid deployment cycles. That is, there could be continuous integration and deployment pipelines running and delivering updates multiple times in a day. Now, as these systems grow further in scale and complexity, it becomes really important to scale QA efforts, which would allow us two things. One is to continue to maintain the high quality standards so that we can assure that the user experience is not degraded, and also drive further innovation, which is key to continue to support the growth of businesses. So now that we have spoken a little bit about the why and can understand why this is really important, let's go to the how part. Now, I will be talking about 4 strategies that can be used to scale QA. This, of course, is not an exhaustive list, but something that we have used at Netflix. So let's get started with the first one, which is adjusting the test pyramid. Now, before we get into the details, let's refresh the context a little bit on what the traditional test pyramid looks like, and then we can get to the adjusting the pyramid part. So what we see in front of us is the traditional test pyramid. We have a broad base of unit tests for stability and faster feedback. Then we have a slightly leaner layer for integration tests, and then a leaner top layer for end-to-end tests that focuses on key user journeys. Now, we may ask why it is the way it is, the whole test pyramid, and a better way to articulate it would be through the SMURF framework. SMURF stands for speed, maintainability, utilization, reliability, and fidelity. Now, all of these are dimensions, and each of these tests rank differently on these dimensions, which is very well reflected in the framework. And as you can see, the relationship between these dimensions is in tension. So improving one dimension can affect the other. For instance, speed. Now, faster tests catch regressions sooner because they can be run more frequently. But those faster tests may not have a high fidelity. That is how well the test approximates the behavior of a production system. Similarly, there are tests that rank better on maintainability, which is the combined cost of debugging and maintaining these tests, which accumulates very quickly as the system grows. but some tests may not rank that high in maintainability. Now, in many cases, as I mentioned, so the dimensions are in tension, but we cannot go, so as you can see, we cannot have just one type of test. Let's say an end-to-end test saying that they have the highest fidelity, as we can see in the image in front of us. I cannot go back and say that, let's have end-to-end tests to get the highest fidelity and 100% confidence, because the cost to maintain and run those tests will grow really quickly and start impacting developer productivity. So what we have to do is we have to balance the cost by relying on different types of tests. So we have to stack up these tests in a way that balances that cost and also balances these dimensions. So why I'm talking about Smurf is because it's an easy way to remember the trade-offs that we need to consider when adjusting or balancing our test suite. Now, let's talk a little bit about the unit test, the integration test, and the end-to-end test, since they were mentioned in the test pyramid before we talk about the adjusting part. Now, we all know that unit tests are tests that verify code in isolation, right? So they do not interact with any external systems or dependencies. So it is useful to verify just the business logic or the exception handling or edge case behaviors, which get a little bit expensive to test as we go higher in the test pyramid. So these are fast, resource efficient, and reliable to execute, which also means that these are ideal for tight feedback cycles. I can run them more frequently to see if something has broken. Now, but they rank very low on fidelity, which is they do not approximate the production behavior that closely, which is why we need other tests in the pyramid, such as integration test or end-to-end test. The integration test, we all know, verify the interaction between modules to ensure that they function as expected when they are combined. Now, an example could be validating the integration between two services or two systems, and or validating the interaction between a front-end system and a back-end system. The benefits are, of course, it allows us to do contract and interface testing. We are able to test flows to some extent and not just like units. And of course, they have a higher fidelity than the unit test. And all of these factors help us add more confidence to the deployment. The next type of tests which are on the top of the pyramid were the end-to-end tests, which are intended to closely emulate production behavior. They are time-consuming, resource-sensitive, which also means that we cannot run them that frequently. An example could be a UI automation test that tests the flow end-to-end. Of course, as I said before, they have the highest fidelity, but may not rank very well on speed, maintainability, and other dimensions. So what do we mean by adjusting the pyramid, or I would also call it balancing the test suite? In large-scale systems, prioritizing tests that focus on the more critical areas or higher risk changes can lead to a test strategy that diverges from a classic pyramid structure. So in such systems, you might see still a broad base of unit tests for stability and faster feedback, but also a more prominent layer of integration tests and contract tests due to microservices or distributed systems. And then a leaner top layer of end-to-end tests that focus on key user journeys. So while I do not advocate completely changing the pyramid, we may need to adjust and adapt the pyramid based on our domain and our application use cases. Depending on the application domain, you could have a higher number of integration tests. For instance, in our case, we have sign-up flows across multiple devices and markets, and integration tests do really help us cover the end-to-end user experience to some extent. So there are definitely caveats to this approach, and I would like to call that out, which is avoiding over-reliance on specific layers. So again, balance is pretty important here. Too many integration tests or too many end-to-end tests can make test suites brittle and slow. So our key here is to balance speed and confidence. Scaling systems need fast test feedback while ensuring reliability and confidence. Let's talk a little bit about balancing speed and confidence, since this is important. So as I took an example that I cannot go and have a test suite full of end-to-end tests, I also cannot go and have a test suite full of unit tests, because even though it gives me speed, I'm able to frequently run them, I may not have the confidence because they do not emulate the end user production behavior. Right, so this balance is pretty important, and one of the ways to balance speed and confidence can be through smoke tests, which are really sort of integration tests, but they are tests that are a preliminary check or a set of basic tests that are performed to determine if the system is stable enough for further, more in-depth testing. So the goal here is to ensure that critical functionality works. There are no P0s that would prevent further testing of the use case. So for a web application, it could be like, does the homepage load successfully, or can the users log in successfully? So it's a very high level testing that gives you a quick execution and a quick feedback on the state of the build. So of course, early detection of critical issues can help save time and resources. So adding more confidence to the deployment again. So the adjusted test pyramid is not very different, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that there can be a broader layer of integration tests, which can also include smoke test, which basically test the P0 scenarios for your application and give you a quick thumbs up or thumbs down whether this is good for a test deployment or not. So let's talk about the second strategy, which is incorporating shift left and shift right testing. For those who haven't used this, haven't heard about this term, let me talk about a little bit about the shift left testing, which is a practice of moving tests earlier in the software development lifecycle to identify and address defects as early as possible, which helps us reduce the cost and the effort required to fix them later. Now, some of the techniques that we use, and you might have heard about these, are test-driven development, which is all about writing test cases before writing the actual code. And in a way, it encourages developers to think through the requirements and edge cases upfront. Then the second similar strategy is behavior-driven development, BDD, which is collaborate on writing tests in a shared language that bridges the gap between business stakeholders and developers. So we can use tools such as Cucumber to write tests in plain language. In addition, there are the typical integration unit tests, load testing, and CI/CD pipelines that are continuously running these tests. So while a lot of us are already operating in this model, this slide gives us a contrast with between the shift left and the traditional testing, just to help us appreciate how the adoption of this shift left testing actually helps us. So, and realize the value addition here. So as you can see, the timing, traditional testing used to start after the development is complete, but shift left is during or even before the development begins. The focus shifts from defect detection in a traditional testing to actually defect prevention in the shift left testing. And the responsibility is also not just limited to QA and testers, but it's the entire team's responsibility to ensure that we are having early detection. As a result of all of this, we can say that the feedback is faster, so there are no surprises reserved until the end of development. Let's get to shift right testing. Now, shift right testing refers to the testing practices that occur in or closer to the production environment, rather than solely happening in the pre-production stages. So there are various ways we could continue to test in production to gain further confidence, such as canary, feature toggles, incremental rollouts, failure injection testing, which we'll get to in a couple of slides. But we need to understand that it is part of a broader DevOps philosophy, emphasizing continuous feedback and improvement throughout the software lifecycle. So traditionally, QA efforts have focused on testing before the deployment. That is the shift left testing that we spoke about. However, shift right testing acknowledges that not all issues can be detected in pre-production, and so we leverage the production insights for continuing the process of quality assurance. So now let's talk about one of the ways that we do shift right testing, which is canary. Now, canary is a deployment process in which a change is partially rolled out, then evaluated against the current deployment, which forms the baseline, to ensure that the new deployment is operating at least as well as the old. This evaluation is done using key metrics, which could be key system metrics and business metrics that are chosen when the canary is configured. So the underlying idea is to verify changes in code or in configuration and make sure that they will not cause any deviation in performance or in the expected behavior. So at Netflix, we typically have code changes or sometimes key config changes as well go through a canary, which can be from anywhere from 12 hours to 24 hours too. And if there are no deviations, the tooling is set up in a way that the deployment resumes automatically. But if the canary score is lower than a certain threshold, which is also what the application owners define, then the team is alerted to sort of review the canary metrics and then decide on the next step for deployment. So as I mentioned, we also roll out critical fast property or config changes too through canary sometimes. But a couple of things to note here are that canary is not a replacement. It's not a substitute for other forms of testing. We generally follow the entire test lifecycle, and then when we are ready to deploy, we want to be absolutely sure that the metrics are not impacted, and canary is the way to go. The other point is about mitigating risk. Since the change is partially rolled out, we want to make sure that the actual production users do not see an issue, or if they see an issue, the risk could be mitigated. And that can happen if we are continuously monitoring the KPIs for the requests or for the users that are allocated to the canary instances. And so we should be available to shut down the experiment quickly, or the tooling should be set up in a way that if the deviation is higher than a certain threshold, then we should be able to automatically stop the canary so that we can mitigate any risks for production. Now, the other form of testing is performance or squeeze testing. Now, performance and squeeze testing basically helps us find the maximum load on a system before it starts failing. It is basically used to know how resilient our systems are and what are the potential bottlenecks of the system, so that then we can use that information to fine-tune the configuration. As I said, it can be used to detect issues or configuration improvements in thread pool sizes, concurrency limits, or maybe even auto-scaling policies. And these are typically run in production. So it is a very critical tool for us to find the optimal cluster configuration for a system, but it should not be used to test any code or features. So the way it works at a very high level is that we obviously again have a baseline cluster and a canary cluster, which start receiving a set amount of RPS, which is siphoned off from the main cluster. As the things are stable initially, we start ramping up the traffic on the canary cluster while the baseline cluster continues to receive the same traffic. And we keep increasing the amount of traffic. At some point, we will detect a deviation in the health metrics that we are monitoring. And that is the point that we start going towards the stabilization mode or proceed more conservatively. So as I said, it gives us very good insights into how the system is responding to increased load and how resilient is our system. Since performance testing or squeeze testing takes place in production, we need to make sure that that running a test such as this would be safe, and there will be minimum impact to the end users of our service. So one of the ways we can do that is we can restrict the amount of traffic to the cluster being squeezed. We typically restrict the traffic at about 15% for some applications, but of course it depends on the overall volume of traffic, so it can vary from system to system. But think about this as you set up your systems for performance or squeeze testing. The second is to monitor service errors, client errors, throttling of client connections. So all these system health metrics should be monitored very closely. If there is a deviation of any of these metrics, we should reduce the traffic to the squeezed instances. And if the deviation continues or is getting bigger than a certain threshold, then our systems should be able to shut down the experiment. This just helps us ensure that the end users is not impacted. Again, we have to remember that we have to push the systems to its limits, but not to the extent that it stops. It starts affecting our end users to a greater extent. Now, the other type of testing is failure injection testing. I am sure we have all heard about Netflix's Chaos Monkey, which is basically responsible for randomly terminating instances in production to ensure that we implement our services to be resilient to instance failures. So this is somewhat similar, although this is more of a controlled failure for a specific user and a specific endpoint or a specific EV cache or Cassandra query. So basically, it allows us to inject failure, as I mentioned, scoped to a single user or request. And we could inject failure or we could inject latency. And it is basically useful to test, fallbacks. It helps us observe the impact of the failures on the experience and basically make sure that we have graceful fallbacks. So as I mentioned earlier, modern web services are part of the complex ecosystem. Services depend on other services, which are often classified as tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, depending on how critical they are to the user flow. So in case there's an issue with a downstream dependency, we as engineers need to make sure that there are graceful fallbacks or there's a graceful degradation of the experience. And while this should be a concern when we are building such systems, it is always good to sort of verify this on and off in every few months or depending on your application at a certain frequency to see whether we are coping up with failures of dependent services or not. So if there is an experience that has a graceful fallback, this helps us test that, whether that graceful fallback is being triggered or not. I have included a diagram that shows how the fit works at a very high level, and there's also a link to the Netflix tech talk, which basically gives this more insights into this. But overall, as a user who's planning to use failure injection testing to test my service, I am able to set and save some fit-related metadata, which basically describes what kind of failure I want, whether it's latency or whether it's a failure, or and to what endpoints and scoped to what user. And this basically is the metadata that is required for failure injection testing. But to achieve this, we use Zool, which is the gateway service for Netflix that some of you may know, that provides many powerful capabilities for inspecting and managing the traffic. So before forwarding any request, Zool checks a local store of our fit metadata to determine if the request should be impacted or not. And if so, Zool decorates the request with a failure context, which is then propagated to all dependent services. And as and when that request goes through each of the injected point at the systems, there is a check whether a failure should be induced or not. So that is how we are able to test this at scale. And also, as I mentioned, this is not something that we do as part of our regular deployments, but it is good to have this tool to sort of go back and revisit our service dependencies and making sure we have graceful fallbacks all the way. The last tool in the shift right testing is observability, which is to gain insights into the internal state of a system by observing its external outputs such as logs, metrics, traces. It is instrumental in proactive monitoring, which is to detect anomalies and potential issues before they impact real users, and also valuable in performance optimizations by identifying inefficiencies and bottlenecks upfront. We also saw majority of end-to-end tests such as canary or squeeze test relying on these metrics to detect when there is a deviation between the baseline and the canary clusters. So overall, this is useful for us to keep an eye on the state of our systems. But how do we do this? The first step is to set up system health dashboards to monitor latency, error rates, resource usage, and maybe other system health metrics that you think are useful for your application. The second is to set up dashboards to monitor key business metrics. And adding week over week comparisons is really helpful to see the traffic patterns. If there's a shift in the traffic patterns, it is really useful to compare it against the previous week's data. And the last action here is to set up email and pageable alerts, depending on the criticality of the issues, for faster mitigation and action. This way, we have a way to monitor the metrics real time through these dashboards, but also when during the out of work hours, we can rely on the pageable and email alerts to notify us of any issue that needs instant fixes. Now, the third strategy to effectively scale QA is enhancing automation. Now, I must say that in any of the strategies that we discussed may not be possible if we don't invest in automation. So building a robust continuous testing pipeline is very important. We should integrate automated tests into the CI/CD pipeline and run fast, lightweight tests on every commit, whereas we reserve more comprehensive tests for branch cuts and deployments. There can be a time where you'll need to review and optimize your test pipelines by making sure some of the tests can run in parallel. So keep track of the time that it takes for the entire test pipeline to run, and if there's a need, we should optimize by parallelizing the test execution. Now, the fourth strategy is intelligent test generation and prioritization. This is all about exploring AI to generate test cases from product specs, which usually contain detailed feature requirements and expected user behavior. Now, while this may involve some initial learning curve and setup complexity, it can definitely help generate a set of test cases which can then be closely reviewed and worked upon. This is definitely useful in scenarios where we have a set of limited QA resources but multiple projects that warrant their attention. So this brings us to the end of the 4 strategies that I wanted to discuss. I wanted to take a moment to talk about driving innovation, which, if you recall, was one of the reasons why we wanted to scale quality assurance in modern web services. Now, how do we drive innovation? One of the ways is to increase confidence and frequency of deployments. Now, what do we mean by confidence? Confidence here is a team's comfort level with deploying a change to production automatically, with zero touch in the happy path. And if the team is confident, we improve development velocity, we improve quality, and we improve, we reduce the exposure to security vulnerabilities. On the same lines, frequency is all about measuring how often we pick up and deploy changes. So by increasing the frequency, our systems stay more up to date, we find problems closer to when they get introduced, and we reduce the risk that's involved in each change. Now, how do we increase confidence? The first is quality, which is testing and validation at increasing levels of scope, adopting both shift left and shift right testing, executed automatically as part of the deployment workflow. Second is toil, which is replacing steps that have to be performed manually for every release with automation to remove the opportunity for human error and enable it to be performed more cheaply. Third is observability, that is to have alerting, debugging tools by default. And fourth is mitigation techniques. Now, the team should be well versed with the steps to roll back a particular change, and the team should be leaning towards using feature flag, which allow us to disable the experience which might be having issues without having to deploy a fix. And the team should have run books which document steps to troubleshoot and an escalation path. So overall, the documentation around incident management should also be there that helps on-call debug and mitigate an issue. So in conclusion, scaling QA is about embracing automation, is about adjusting the pyramid and adopting shift left and shift right testing, and investing into observability and AI tools to scale test case generation. All of this with the end goal is to maintain high quality standard and increase confidence, leading to further innovation. I am thankful to all of you for this opportunity to present this, and feel free to connect on LinkedIn for further discussion. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. And yeah, it was nice and quite interesting storytelling from Netflix. I would say thank you very much, Romnit. And next is Karen Amaro with Shaping Quality, Trending Testing Team Through the Diversity. Nice, interesting talk from the guy on an age of technology and biology. I love it very much. Let's do it.
Hi, I'm Karen Amaro and I've been working in testing for more than 10 years on CES. Now I'm a testing team lead and I'm here with Andres, that is one of our team members.
Hello, I am Andres, as Karen said, and I actually come from the world of science. I am a biologist by training and I'm currently pursuing an MD. And I have been working for several years now in software testing. For today, we'll be addressing different profiles in testing teams. So we thought that this combination of experiences that I have was useful in that was a useful example in that it has allowed me to discover how seemingly unrelated skills can be key in technological environments. As a general context, for decades, we've been talking about software and software development and different models, quality and testing. Like everything in tech, this field is constantly evolving and is full of innovation and change. Starting from the waterfall model to the software development life cycles we use today, we've seen countless transformation and improvements. Nearly 25 years ago, the Agile Manifesto was introduced. It was a very disruptive idea at the time, and it now today has become a foundational practice for anyone working in IT. So all of these shifts and changes have deeply influenced testing and quality processes as well. And what we wanted to underline here is that quality, we think, is not really confined to a single role or stage in a process, but it's actually a shared responsibility among different team members. All of the team members must embrace it. So teams instead are not just a group of individuals, different individuals, but are dynamic ecosystems. And those dynamic ecosystems are made better by diverse perspectives, skills, and experiences. We think that actually that just as technology thrives through interconnected systems and perspectives, so do people collaborating with each other to achieve a shared goal and elevate quality standards. This diversity of thought and experience, we think, drives progress and results in higher quality products. But what does it actually mean to be a good tester? We brought here now all of these concepts to be critical, proactive, creative, passionate, committed, analytical, observant, deductive, curious, adaptable. No one can actually be all of those things, but the important thing here in this presentation is that we don't think software quality depends on tools or processes, but it depends fundamentally on people creating and shaping software. So being a good tester could be all of these things or some of them. And the important thing is that this new world of work is characterized by several key trends, including a growing idea of the significance of a human skill, the evolving demand for cross-skilled individuals, and the shift toward skill-based learning. And as I mentioned earlier, diversity is key factor in testing. So being a good tester means all of these things, but above all, it means to be a good professional. Obviously, in an area of constant adaptation and better ways of working with software, with a continuous improvement in performance, people have inevitably expanded their skill sets and capabilities. But we needed labels to try to define what a team member can do or how it's being done in a team. So we brought you some examples of those specific profiles.
As Andres said, the industry is always evolving. So are we, the people that are working on the industry. The skills that are needed today in testing team have became more and more diverse. Today teams are made up professionals with different knowledge, backgrounds, and these profiles help us to understand how we can work together and complement each other to achieve common and bigger and better goals.
Yeah.
In the past, at the beginning, we were thinking about people that know about one area. That led us to the I-shaped profiles, where individuals were experts on a single area. They were amazing on the area, but over the time, the industry and the organization begin to value a broader knowledge, which lead us to rise the T-shape. T-shapes also knows one area very well, are professional and on that area, but represent also people and professionals with wider understanding of another things and another areas. This makes them good at collaboration across different tasks and adapting to various roles within the team. That is something that is really important in Agile. As Andres said, is something that we work a lot since the manifesto appears. As the task start requiring like deeper knowledge in not just one area, they start to appear another profile that are the P-shaped profiles. Those professionals have deep knowledge in two different areas, and that are the stroke of the P, but also keep that broad base of general skills. This makes them great for working across multiple disciplines to solve more complex problems. As the job market always keep evolving, teams need even more flexibility and more ability to handle a wider range of tasks. And this leads us to the M-shaped profile, which describes professionals that have a deep knowledge in 3 or more areas and a wide base of general knowledge, like Andres, for example. Finally, with the increasing complexity of tasks, appear another one that is not shown on the slide, but are the cone-shaped, that are profiles that represent professionals with deep expertise in several areas, represented by the multiple verticals stroke in the cone, but also with that board of general knowledge. This professional can be taken out even wider range of complex tasks and can do it really effectively, but this requires a continuous effort to maintain, update the skill, because in knowledge, when you know and you learn something, that didn't mean that you already know that. You always need to keep training and keep learning. And as this happened with the team members profile, the same things happen with leadership profiles. With the continual evolution of these profiles appear these new terms, the E-shaped and the X-shaped. When we talk about These profiles represent a more versatility and the ability to collaborate across a wider range of disciplines and take multidisciplinary problems and solve them. For example, the EJ profile is characterized by professionals who have a deep experience on one discipline, but also has extensive knowledge in several complementing areas. The horizontal bars mean, for example, expertise, exposure, exploration, experience, so on. And also have the ability to coordinate interdisciplinary teams. These profiles reflect a person who is not only a technical, who not only know about testing, for example, in our path, but also know another things and another fields. For example, that could be from data analytics, from development, from project management. Moreover, they can coordinate their efforts across different disciplines, enable them to make the strategic decisions and optimize the quality of every stage of the project. And as the next step of this appear the X-shaped profiles that takes the versatility like on another level. In addition to having a deep knowledge in two or more disciplines, not just one, two or more, these professionals also possess the general and strategic knowledge that allow them to perform a higher level of leadership and decision making. This profile is ideal for roles that require a combination of deep technical specialization with a strategic vision that enables them to lead the direction of different projects, different teams, and different even organizations. Talking about this, have you ever found yourself solving a problem with ideas that didn't come from the world of technology? For example, you, Andres?
Yeah, we hope that you also have had this experience, but we wanted to bring a real world example. We at CES were working with a healthcare provider, testing their electronic health record. And that system was obviously designed to manage critical patient data. That included the blood pressure readings that obviously if you've been to the doctor, you know that it's a fundamental health indicator. During testing, we noticed that the system allowed users to enter completely illogical values for blood pressure. For example, it accepted a systolic pressure of 0, or even cases where the systolic or maximum pressure and diastolic or the minimum pressure values were identical. Now, for those unfamiliar with medical concepts, this might seem like a small data validation issue. It's not a big matter. So yeah, but coming from a medical background, I immediately recognized how dangerous this was. You see, a blood pressure of 0 means the patient is clinically dead, and identical systolic and diastolic pressures are physiologically impossible on a person. This wasn't just a bug, it could represent a serious patient safety risk. We raised the issue with the development team and explained the medical implications. And as a result, we implemented a critical validation rule in the system. It could prevent values like 0 or 1 for blood pressure or enforce a logical difference between systolic and diastolic values. This it may be small, but essential change improve data integrity and ensure that healthcare professionals using this system will rely on inaccurate or more than inaccurate, misleading patient information. What we think is that this experience highlights something rather important. Obviously, technical skills are vital for testing, but understanding the context in which it operates is also vital and critical. In industries like healthcare, finance, or even aviation. Having domain-specific knowledge can help us identify risks that a more pure technical testing might overlook. So integrating people with diverse backgrounds into testing teams isn't just about, oh yeah, you're different, let's bring you to the team. It's not just about variety, it's about delivering safer, smarter, and more reliable software. And my journey in this matter might be enlightening for some people, so I'll tell you a little bit about it. On the left side, you can see a microscope representing my scientific background, I would say. I actually majored in ecology, not microbiology, but it's not really important. But especially in biology, we tend to focus on observation, experimentation, analysis, and you can just iterate this cycle of scientific method forever, actually. So the idea here is that these skills naturally transitioned into my role in software testing. And I think I tend to apply the same process. I try to observe how the system works and how it behaves, try to compare to how it's supposed to behave. I explore it through testing. It is very similar to do an experiment because you have conditions and you have to reproduce conditions. And after I have done my experiment, I analyze results. In this case, I see how the software behaved and I try to compare it to how it is supposed to behave. That in a scientific context would be my hypothesis. So the other important thing that is also done in science is that every time I do this, I try to refine my approach. On the right side, we have a laptop with a code symbolizing the technical side of testing, and shifting from science to testing was not just about learning new tools. It was also about applying critical and analytical thinking that I brought from science to now detect risks in software testing. But it also helped me to interpret metrics and understand performance in a team. So as you'd imagine, my being comfortable with data analysis and problem solving has been a great advantage in identifying issues and ensuring quality. That bridge in the middle tries to represent this transition. And what I thought it was important to bring here today is that moving from the academic world to the tech industry was a challenge for me. In academia, the focus is on thinking very deeply, or as deeply as you can. And in tech, it's always about quick and effective execution of something. But yeah, this shift pushed me to always being in a continuously learning state of new tools and approaches and programming languages. But it also connected me with amazing mentors and peers who share valuable knowledge. And what about what we consider, or I consider at least to represent a positive impact in the teams that I am part of? I would say that I think, and probably my colleagues would agree that I tend to approach problems rather differently. I often act differently from my peers. And I'm very rigorous. I'm comfortable with uncertainty, and this is something that is very important in software testing, and it happens all the time in the natural world. Things are not what you expect them to be. And I think I'm very clear at communicating results. This coming from a background in which you have to write down papers and scientific reports, or have to always be devising an experiment and writing it down. It helps you to develop your communication skills and to communicate and express yourself in a very structured and clear way. So yeah, all of this sums up in that I think, and it's not actually there in the slide, but yeah, I think that I am proof that a non-traditional profile for the tech industry can actually thrive in testing.
And I agree with that.
So, as you may have noticed by now, we think that diversity is key, and it's a key aspect of software testing. But we wanted to just clarify what we really mean when we talk about diversity in testing. And it includes, but obviously it includes, but goes beyond gender or mine or our cultural background. It actually encompasses, and I think Karen is going to address this later in the presentation, our educational paths, our professional experience, and the set of skills and competences I bring to my team, and more a way of thinking about problems. We know, or at least believe, that teams benefit from diverse profiles. But what do we really mean when we talk about diversity? Well, we wanted to leave you with three ideas. Cognitive diversity is very important. Trying to assume the place of the person that is going to have the actual experience when using a software system, like an example that I mentioned with the blood pressure. And if you have multiple ways of seeing something and addressing a problem, you are actually going to be expanding your test coverage, because you have different ways of testing the software than the way your colleagues test it. And that impacts the process, the quality of the process, and we think it does by enhancing it.
The ideal team cannot be made just for one profile or one kind of professional. And also the ideal professional can be specialized on one thing and even less everyone with the same area. Teams are a group of people that must be diverse with different backgrounds so they can contribute with a valuable perspective to the wonderful task of investigating the quality of the product. That is what we as testers do. We investigate, we try to learn and identify the risk of the problem and give that information to that risk may didn't appear on production. Just like the different type of professional we've seen, like the MP, so on, testing has many diverse areas. We can work in testing in functional manual, we can work in functional automation, performance, we can be experts on security, usability, accessibility, and I could name more and more types and kind of testing. But all these specializing on all these skills and areas can be cumulative and totally complementary. This specialization can be the verticals of the P, of the M, of the T, and so on, and can be the verticals and can be part of the X and E if you want to try a leadership. And the other skills that come with us from different formation, from scientific training, for example, or previous experience, can be our transversals, for example. Being able to adapt, to be more flexible, to be versatile, allows to keep up with the new demands of the environment. The project always asks us for more, and we are tracking a wider range of issues with a complete and different perspective of them. Moreover, these profiles provide a multidisciplinary approach because the prior experience that professionals bring give us different perspectives and allowing to offer like innovative solution that didn't always come from the IT world, like the blood pressure issue. The teams are strengthened by this because when they teach us that pressure thing, we ask them from another thing that could be related or not, and we learn about it. The knowledge naturally spread on the rest, as for example, when he started working with another colleague that was working with automation, he started learning about that. We always know that we are learning from our team members. What better way to learn than learning from people that know things that we don't know? All of this possibly impacts on the quality of the product, of course, because we are thinking, as Andre said, on the way that the final user is going to use it, on the risk in a wider and bigger way and perspective, but it's also impact on the team, on the members, on the work that we are doing every day, because combining our knowledge keep us in this constant evolution, always learning, always looking for the lessons learned and apply them in the new project and in new tasks and in the new sprints. And that begins in a cycle of continuous improvement that we are always there. And I think I'm truly a believer that is the only way that we can grow. So this sounds perfect, all the diversity, variety, but we must take some strategies to start, because at the beginning, when I started testing, we were all technicals. So the first thing that I think that the industry and you must know is this, knowing that there are other profiles that they can come from IT, but they can come from other fields, and then they can give us much more than what this traditional thought. Then when you know that, you need to start to identify what you need, what your project needs, what are the skills that are not present or you need to improve on your teams. And that recognizing those profiles and incorporating people and talent to your team that bring that to them. Only by encouraging a truly inclusive environment, we will improve the quality, not just the product, as I said, to the team. For example, even today in CS, everybody are technicals because we must learn, we must train for that. Almost a quarter of our colleagues here in CS didn't start their professional path as technical as is. For example, there are accountants, there are scientists, there were lawyers, and so on.
Yeah. So we wanted to finish this presentation by just bringing you these examples of the real world about job offers, where the aim of those job offers is not really like building this diversity of thought, but if you see them, you see that they are asking for people with a certain amount of knowledge or experience measured in years using a certain specific, very specific tool. So we're not against this. It's just that we think it's part of a trend that we think it's not really
the best.
Yeah, the best, or strengthening these teams. So we don't think that the diversity of profile is just an added value. It is a fundamental pillar for achieving quality in projects, integrating these T-shaped and pie-shaped and M-shaped profiles allows challenges to be approached from multiple perspectives, and it enriches risk management, test designs, and result analysis. So ask yourselves, is it that you're looking for diversity of thought or just the technical experience? How many times have we searched for profiles that only fit a specific certain technical mold And at the same time, you're overlooking soft skills, interdisciplinary experience, unconventional approaches. If you limit this diversity of thought, we think that you are also limiting the team's ability to anticipate risk, to innovate in solutions, and finally to adapt to change. And we wanted to leave you with some thoughts on how to address things of building diversity in practice. So we ordered it by time frame, and right now you can start by reviewing your selection processes, asking yourself, are we looking for diversity of thought or just technical experience? Do we actually value, not just in words, in decisions, communication skills, critical thinking, or creativity in problem solving? Is it actually a part of our selection process or is it not? In the medium term, you can foster spaces where all voices can be heard. You can promote collaboration between technical and non-technical profiles. Believe us, they are going to be grateful to have those instances in which they can learn from each other. This facilitates cross-training so that each team can broaden their perspective of what it is that is actually happening in testing software. And in the long term, your aim is to actually be able to build an organizational culture that values diversity in all of its forms. This means not only to actually having those different profiles, but also creating an environment where those differences are strategically leveraged. And to wrap up, we don't think that we have all the answers, but we wanted to share a question for you. And the question is, what non-traditional value are you overlooking in your testing teams or organization today?
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, it was unusual actually. Thank you very much for your presentation, guys. And I see folks on my backstage, and I see a lot of you. So welcome, Luis. Welcome, Andres. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Ramnit. Yeah, all together. Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys?
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Good, thank you.
Good, thank you.
The last block was incredible actually. Very diverse, very unobvious knowledge actually. Thank you very much for this. And yeah, of course we have lots of questions, but today we actually decided to ask all our panelists to share some fun use case on the topic you presented. Maybe something that you remember that worth to hear that was not usual and made you laugh. But not maybe on beginning. We will start from our questions, and at the end, I would ask you to share that. And yeah, I hope you can hear me well, and my internet doesn't set me up. And let's go with the first question, if you don't mind. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whose question it is. I will just ask you and leave the open microphone. What tools do you recommend to manage test cases, test runs? I'm using Destiny at the moment, but I was looking for something that's more interactive and maybe AI powered. I'm adding from myself. Yeah. Who wants to be the first?
Well, if you want, I start.
Sure.
I never use Destiny, so I can compare with the tools that we usually use. And as we have a lot of different clients on our company on CES, we adapt of the necessities and the tools that the client sometimes they have another tools, and we join or we look for tools that are with a great partner with them. But the most used right now for us are Zephyr, that works really well with Shira, Test Trail also, and I don't remember anyone that it been really used. We studied a lot of, because on our career we must train the testers with different
Sure.
tools, but they are like the most used of on our company.
Right. Anything to add, Ramnit? I don't know, Karen or Louise? Not at this point. Okay, let's go to our questions. Let's go with this one. Ramnit, you're first. How often do you run failure tests?
So basically, I think tests are run at as part of a continuous, CI/CD pipelines, as I mentioned in our presentation. And so every time let's start from the very beginning. If I'm working on a change as an engineer, as a developer, I'll be running tests on my local environment to make sure that I've not broken anything. And then when I create a pull request, or I'm trying to merge a commit to the main branch, that's when the entire suite of integration tests and unit tests is run. And then when that commit is sort of merged, the next step is to have that available in the test environment, so that not just me, everybody else can see that change and play with it. And that's when we run all the smoke tests also, to make sure that the initial build is fine, so that the changes we want speed, so that the change is available instantly on the test environment, in case my UI partners or other partners are waiting for that change. And then when we do a branch cut is basically you're taking a snapshot for what needs to be deployed on production, and that's when you run another suite of integration and unit tests and smoke tests. So it's pretty much at different points throughout the life cycle of that code change, and starts with my local environment too.
Thank you. And I would also ask you one more question, and then we'll go to a less technical one. Yeah, let's say this one. How do you decide the balance between integration tests and unit tests in microservices?
Yeah, this is a hard one. It's a balancing act for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Especially with microservices, we mostly focus as an engineer. We always lean towards integration test, making sure that that gives us the most confidence. But then we forget that unit test gives us that fast feedback if something is broken in the business logic. But I think in microservices, this is what I mentioned in my presentation. We also skew a little bit more towards integration test, but we make sure that that balance always maintains, because anytime you skew the balance, anytime you tilt more towards integration tests or a lot towards integration tests, it will start showing up in your productivity. It'll start showing up in your build times. And you will start noticing that it takes longer to build, it takes longer to run the test suits. That's when you need to recalibrate and come back that, what, are we over relying on integration tests? Is that something that could have been done with unit test? So I think when we are working on a feature, we always first get in all the unit tests, and then when that feature is done, it's more of, okay, my service to the other service, now let me write an integration test. So that's the mindset when we are working on the feature. But I think every now and then, as a team, we have to go back and recalibrate and see, is our test suite getting too big? Because is everybody maintaining that balance, or are we as a team inching more towards integration tests? And then it starts showing up where people are saying, it takes too long to build, it takes too long to run the test. So we often come back and recalibrate. So I think the trick to maintain the balance is do that due diligence every time you're working on the feature, but then also come back as a team after a few months and see how your test suite is building up. Is that pyramid, having a misshape? If yes, then just go back and see which ones are redundant or which ones can be
Right.
replaced by other tests.
All right. Thank you very much. And same sort of question about prioritizing and balancing goes to Lee is how do you prioritize which testing process to automate with keeping manual?
That's a good question. So I think some processes are very repeatable, and some things that you do many times every day that would probably make sense to automate those things, and other things that keeps that kind of needs people interference or stakeholder management or communication to other colleagues and stuff like that. That's hard to automate completely. So I think we prioritize by talking to each other and doing our risk assessments and having those conversations.
All together
Yeah.
in team spirit. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the next one. This goes to Andres and Karen. How do you motivate T-shaped, X-shaped professionals evolve their skills to stay relevant to the project?
Well, that is the hard part of being a leader of this kind of people, because sometimes you think, oh, it happened, he is a scientist, oh, he would love to explore this, but just the formation or just what the people studied before didn't define the person. So you must learn not just what the knowledge they have, you must know the person. So to make their always want to study and teach more, I think that the most important thing is to talk, to be open with them. Well, these are the things that I think that are good for our project or clients or team. And I think that on this different path, you can help more if you study something or learn something or share something that you already know. And they are going to say, okay, this and this. And sometimes it happens that they say, okay, everything that you say, it's okay, but they got an idea that I never thought, and say, well, on my point of view, this could work, but this with this and another thing could be amazing. And that is the path. I think that on teams and or on our teams and with the people, the most important thing is communication and know each other, know what the teams need, be really open. We say that here there are no secrets. All the information is open, and that is where they feel that they are really part of the team. Their needs start to be really related with the team. So that is where they get, I say that they are easily to self motivate, but hardly to motivate on something that I want. And if they didn't want, it's not going to happen. That's from my point of view.
So talk to them. The answer,
I
talk
think
to
that
them.
communication is the key for every team and for every project. So
Right. Cool. And then Ravneet, this one goes to you. How do you ensure canary development both fast and deep, whatever it means?
Yeah, so canary deployments, I think, are supposed to be, yeah, I agree they need to be fast and a little bit deep, because canary happens all the way towards the end when we have actually deployed to production, but we haven't rolled it out completely at 100%, right? So a small percentage of traffic is receiving that new feature, and it's sort of a quick feedback. I won't say it is deep because we also rely on all the other forms of testing that we have done pre-deployment. And canary is just to make sure at the end of the day that whatever we are rolling out, it's an acknowledgement that, despite all the efforts, there might be something that can, go wrong. So I think canary, to get the canary right, the key part is to come up with a list of core metrics that are very important to us as a team and that are sensitive enough to sort of change with that traffic. So if you have a good canary metric set that the canary is evaluated against, that gives you a lot of confidence. So we look at canary as top health metrics and top business metrics, and that's about it. So if to my domain, if some business metrics are important, they're part of the canary. And so we are not trying to make the canary specific to a feature. We are trying to make the canary specific to what the system is supposed to do. If there are 10 core metrics that a system is supposed to do, those 10 core metrics will be there on the canary, irrespective of what the feature is about. And if that any of that metric tilts or deviates, then we get to know. So canary is also, every time you work on a feature, if it is core to your application, if it is a new critical feature, you pass that feedback on to the canary and add that metric, so that you say this is now what my system and business health is determined by. So it is having that crisp set of metrics makes sure it is fast. Deep, not so much, because we are relying on other layers too, but deep enough to say that the system and the business health is not impacted.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. And next goes to Luis. And how a non-technical QA can effectively advocate for quality improvements to devs? Oh, that question. Right.
So, so how we can effectively advocate for quality? Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of conversations, and I'm not saying. I think domain knowledge is one thing, so that doesn't require a lot of technical insights, but that require a lot of business and domain insights that you can share with the teams as well. And understanding the business is also something that's very important for us. I mean, being the advocates of being the good experience to the user, that's something that product managers, designers, and QAs are very interested in. And if we have very close collaborations in the requirements and in the topics that we decide to talk to the teams about, it becomes a natural conversation. And moving more and more into at least the places that I've been for the last 3 companies, at least, that the squads are autonomous squads and have end-to-end responsibility for their own products. That also means taking kind of considerations and ownership into everything, not just building a lot of good code, but actually making sure that when it end up with the user, they like it and use it and know how to do that.
Thank you. And yeah, the next question is from chat, and I'm not sure who actually was meant to answer. So again, open microphone. How to become future-proof as QA engineer? That's the straightforward question. I love it. Avoiding any redundancy due to automation and AI in the future, right? So maybe short short ideas from each of you.
Yeah, I can start if that's okay. I think so. I'm not using AI that much, but what I have used it for is that the thing that I can see and that I have experienced is that the outcome of whatever I get out of a chatbot or a image generator or something depends on the input. So if you don't know what you're asking for, you don't know what you're getting. So, I mean, it still requires that you know how to answer the right or ask the right questions and put in the right input for that actually to be that intelligent, which I don't think it is.
Yeah, garbage in, garbage out. So that's what we hear from all the sources, right? Any other consideration, Ramnit, Andres, Karen?
I happen to use it. Sorry, I happen to
Go,
use it just
Ramnit.
in one of our projects, and I saw the whole list of test cases that came across, but it still needed one person with the domain knowledge and with the cross team collaboration skills to sort of come together and compile the final list. So I do see that domain expertise and cross-functional collaboration would still be keys that are very human and would still be needed to some extent, even though the capacity or the amount of people that might change, might shift. But if you have
strong domain expertise and you understand, the team dynamics enough to drive the execution, I think that still is valuable.
So sorry, and your idea actually is to learn business more than tools, right?
Right. This is,
Wow.
I feel the domain expertise would be more valuable, and so would your cross functional skills of working with people. That is not replaceable.
Right. That's interesting, especially for probably big tech like Netflix, because those guys are automating everything. They put like millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in those AI tools, and yeah, that's actually cool. People learn business cases, users, right, and all stakeholders. That's how you stay and stable. Right. Cool. And Karen, probably you had some idea.
Yes, I totally agree with what they said, because tools and all the technical things are the first thing that could be made by any EA. So being a critical thinker, know what you are doing, knowing for whom are you doing that, knowing your client, your business, what are the really necessities that they have, the pain of pain we said that the people have. That is the key, because if you have a software that works really well, but the usability is not good, it didn't solve the necessity that the people, that software, it's going to be a failure. And that things are the things that from my point of view, a intelligent artificial intelligence and the tools are not couldn't recognize yet. But we as people, as being a critical thinker, being uh, think about what the people need, what they need of you, and what is really quality. Quality
Right.
is not code quality, is not a good architecture. It's quality, it's a whole thing. So thinking about that, I think that you are going to be an amazing QA engineer.
Right. Right. Andres, anything to add, or are we moving on? Nothing. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I love this question. Probably the best question I heard for today. And yes. So the next question is again not titled. So any AI power tools I could use in parallel with Cypress, allowing me to write page object faster than implementing page objects model. The smile on Andre's face telling me that he has something to share about that. No,
Not really. I don't
not
have that
really.
much experience using Cypress, so.
All right. Anyone, or we just
Sorry,
skip
I'm
this
out of
question?
this one.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Also, the question was too good actually for this conversation. Sorry about that. And next one is really a long one. We're currently using spreadsheet for test management. Why? The devs complain that if we use a test management tool, it's difficult to test and follow. Our test cases can be over 100 for one service, and it has to fully develop before pro development. Whoa. What test management tool can we use instead of probably spreadsheets? Nice question, by the way. Any consideration here?
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
used
Oh,
Zephyr with success. It has a nice integration with Jira, and you can use spreadsheets to import your info there. And I think it, it has given us some good results using it. So I think that's a possibility. But I I think the most important thing is to actually think what is the problem in the communication with the team, and trying to find a tool that actually responds to both your needs. It comes again to the theme of communication.
all right. Cool. And could you please drop in the chat the link on this service if somebody is not familiar with this one? Ladies, anything to add here, or we moving on?
No, nothing to add.
No. Good, good, good. Okay, thank you very much. And let me see what we have. Let's go for technical one. Yeah, how do you align edge cases?
Yeah, so I think we've just done it once, and that's an anecdote that Netflix does not heavily rely on QA as a QA teams. Sometimes engineers do the testing, whether it's through integration end-to-end tests, and not every project has a dedicated QA. So that's also one of the points where we deviate from other companies. Only very select user facing features or critical features get a QA on the team, and then they take it forward. But everybody is sort of responsible for quality. So AI generated test cases, we tried it once. And as I mentioned it before, it was a good, complete list of possible cases that can be there. Right now, some of those cases, from your knowledge, are not that prioritized. So first thing that I had to do was prune some of the cases that I think are too technical or probably not worth it, and then reprioritize them, and then pick a set of test cases that I think are useful, or I think are make the most sense in the current context. So I think that one review has to happen to two things. One is to prune out cases which are too edgy, or they've just created permutation combinations, right? And you have to prune out some permutations that you think are not valid for your use case. And second is reprioritize them, because it's an exhaustive list, right? And if you are working on a team where you are the project captain and you're also the captain of quality, and you're nudging people to sort of make sure that they have all their automation and end-to-end tests, you would just share that list out with others. So reprioritization is important. So I think these two steps were key to me to sort of align them and make them come into the real world domain. Ed, you're muted.
I'm sorry. So in case it was generated by AI, you can say, "Hey AI, go in and test it." Why should I do that? And then let's see if it's even a real world scenario, right? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you very much. And Louise, the next question is how to incorporate risk assessment without significantly slowing down delivery.
I think if you don't, it can probably slow down your effectivity when you go to production. So we do risk assessments on the stuff that we think is needed. So as I said in my presentation, I'm fairly new to Autoproof still. I've only been here for 4 months. One of the things that we are focusing on is we have a very clear list of very critical user journeys that we need to have up and running and operating all the time. And that is very important for us. So if that means slowing down delivery a little bit when we deliver something in these areas, then I think that's probably fine in some cases. And then in some other areas where it's not as high risk areas, then it doesn't have to. I mean, we run an auction, a car auction every day. It's pretty important that you can bid on your car and that you know your highest bidder or stuff like that. And the auction just has to run every day. So nobody is asking questions if we say we need to spend a little bit more time on this.
Right. Thank you very much. And the last question from audience to Andres and Karen: how can hiring practices be improved to value cognitive diversity?
I think our experience shows that if you keep in mind people's different backgrounds and how they align with the projects and your clients' necessities, you can actually build a strategy to have a more diverse team. But one thing that I think is also important is to actually value cognitive diversity in practice, not only because you have studied something different, but that when you face a problem, you can actually look at it from a different angle. And I think that connects with a previous question about how can you manage to solve a specific problem from different views. It has to do with our presentation. And I think that if you keep in mind that people are going to be having or bringing different solutions and answers to your problems, and well, maybe you can have success in building this team, this diverse team.
That's important. Thank you. And a few more questions. Sorry, they just appeared. Ramnit, how does Netflix test the films? What web UI test automation tool do you use to test automate films? What it even means to test films?
I think this is more of studio side. Although I don't know what testing the films mean. I'm sure there's this whole studio engineering team that we have that work with the content creators and with the directors, and to sort of get those movies in the format that they can be streamed. I'm sure they have their own encoding tools and then testings, but um, not sure if I can comment on how they test the films. Yeah.
Let's consider it was the jockey question, okay? And the next one also to you. What kind of tools does Netflix use to automate UI testing? Maybe that's what it meant.
Yeah, so I think Netflix, as some of us may know, is not very heavy on processes, right? So and I just mentioned we don't have a lot of QA engineers on our teams. Not every project has a QA engineer. So what becomes key is investing in CI/CD pipelines, investing in infrastructure so that tests once written can run everywhere. And so that's one. So that's the team's responsibility of investing in CI/CD pipelines, deployment pipelines, to make sure we run those tests. And the second most significant investment that we do is in setting up tools for test setup. So in our case, when we are testing scenarios like related to signups, and there can be multiple conditions that the user can be in. Now, for you to get the user to that condition manually would take a lot of time. So we have tools that are basically calling our internal services that will have a UI, and you would be able to tell that I want a user in this particular state, so that half of your job is done for that test setup. So I think it's more of test setup that is automated, because even all engineers, not just QA, spend time testing. So we have to optimize the setup process and not leave it at manual. So that's the first, and that's more of our conductor tools. There's a tool called Conductor, which basically lets you create workflows. So I call this service, then the second step is I call the other service to set up the customer. So the setup is really important, and we invest heavily in this. And the second key investment is CI/CD. So not specific to running the tests. There are tools and investments made to make sure the tests are run and the setup is more automated. Ed, you're mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for answer, Ramnit and Andres. Guys are asking for the name of the service you mentioned to use instead of spreadsheets. You can drop it in the comments like this StreamYard, and I will pass it to the direct chat, or maybe you'll go to the chat, general one. And yeah. Another one question I cannot leave without answer is what books do you recommend for learning correct testing? Will the books from 10, 20 years ago still work? It's a nice question. What do you guys actually learn today and read today?
I think some of the books from that are older is still working pretty nicely. I was just looking through some of my old books the other day, and I found So something like Break It. I don't remember the author, but there is a book called Break It that was I think it's pretty old. It's more than 10 years old, but that's actually a really good description. And then about how can you break software. But there's also really good conversations about how to do a little bit more structured exploratory testing sessions if you want to do manual testing, but then books about test design techniques that will help you when you automate, not only to do your risk assessments, but also to make sure that you can identify as few test cases as possible and then have the highest coverage as possible. So good old-fashioned books about test design techniques and test planning and those kind of things still work, and that can still give you a lot of input, I think.
All right, everything what's about strategy and approaches will work at least for some time, right? We are not sure about future for next 10 years, right? People love you. This is great conversation. It was great Q&A session. Nice panel. Lots of emotions, energy, jokes. So feel free if you remember any funny cases or anything from your career related maybe to the topics you presented or not at all, and you just want to share it, and we'll wrap up with that. And that's it. And if someone needs to jump off right now, so please feel free. Don't you don't have to stick here because the official part is quite over. Who wants to share anything? Just let me know. Luis,
I can
you
share
turned
a
your
little
microphone.
anecdote.
Yeah. Let's go.
I can actually, it's a bit of an explanation to why I'm not that technical. So actually, when we started working, I was at a big company, and we started working with the QAs being more the enabling team and teaching the developers how to test and the mindsets about that. One of my engineering colleagues had the thought that if he had to learn how to test, I had to learn how to code. So he gave me access to some GitHub repositories, and then I decided one day that maybe I can do a small change. Why not? I'll just jump right in. And I did a very, very small code change. I had it reviewed by one of my colleagues, but he thought it was so small that he didn't really notice it. And I ended up taking the entire front page of our very big C2C car site down for for a couple of minutes until we rolled back again. And after that, I haven't touched anything related to production code.
Well, that's a big lesson, right, Karen? Maybe you have something.
Actually, I didn't remember anything like that I say, oh, I did that, but something that happened and something that I think that is really critical, as I said, is the communication and the team building. When I just started, I was 19 years old. I was studying at the university, and I was working like a couple of hours as a tester. It was my first job in my life, and was the first time that something that I already test that was the put on production. So that I I will I wasn't on the office at that time because I had a lesson, a class. So when I came to the office, everybody was like this. And I say, well, what happened? I say, hi, kiss everyone, like, how are you? Everything is okay. And their faces, they say, yes, it's okay. But no, I was okay. I'm going to start to look what happened in production. And the thing is, that was like a typical thing for the new people, that they start saying that well, there was a little failure and the page it's off. And I, from the office, I entered to the page and was off. I was like, no, what happened? I test everything, and everybody was like this. They didn't even move because there was like welcome show saying that everything was broken, and I was like, what happened? But that things, I mean, at the beginning I was really scared, but then everybody laughed. They say, "Oh, it's okay. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the production. Your work were amazing. Everything worked. They just do it, but like my IP was the one that went to that page when I went for the phone. It worked really well, but that was a thing that at the beginning I was almost a kid and was like, okay, I must have proof of everything I did because I must be sure of what I did. But that like was like a team thing and a personal thing that they are my friend right now. It happened like 10 years ago and I go to their kids' birthdays. So that thing that was it's when I tell it's funny at that time wasn't. I hate them for
I
that,
can imagine
but
that.
I love them too.
Yeah,
So
you come in and really like seems like you failed your first day.
yeah,
Just a
it was
little
like
welcome.
my first month, my
yeah,
first
man.
thing in production was like, but I
Yeah,
love them anyway.
I can't even feel the moment, right? Thank you very much again. Thank you to our speakers who shared their energy and um, experience and time, of course. Thank you to audience. Thank you for your questions. I couldn't actually ask all questions because we have plenty of them, and I promised the extra ticket, free ticket for tomorrow's um, stream to those who ask the more questions than others, and I believe we already have the um, winner. I believe it's Wafa Abadi, but the guy has tickets for tomorrow. We'll send the extra ticket to him. Maybe he will share this ticket to someone else. Dear people, thank you very much. Those who goes for senior track, see you tomorrow. You have an agenda, you have everything. Those who have no tickets, you still have discount for tomorrow, or write or in a chat on our website, and we'll be happy to do our best. And well, see you tomorrow. Thank you for this great day we spent together. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.